5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories.
Well, good morning, everybody. Mr. J, Sam, Kemper, Tim, Rooster. I believe that's everybody in here. Happy New Year's Eve. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kemper. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Kemper, I think Chris and I and our wives are going to go early for the pregame, but probably won't stick around for much of the festivities because it's on a Sunday. I'm talking about the Elvis birthday celebration or, out at Los Barrios on January 12th. It does look interesting. Yes, I know they did, man, and I don't think they took my advice as much as the Eagles are just a better team right now. You know, we could have had Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. We could have had him, but, hey, we got Zeke. Because he knows the offense. Guess he knows the offense isn't any good. Yeah, they had a 69% chance, Sam, of getting the first pick overall. And with that win yesterday, they went down to 1%. That's unbelievable. Mic is on, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, that's the wrong mic. It's over there.
Thank you for that.
It's over there.
Okay, working on it.
Yeah. Good morning, Rock. How are you?
Steve DeRocco, the original Rock and co-founder of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club, which will meet today.
Is it really a polar bear plunge if it's almost 90, Chris?
But the water is
oh, I know. The water's
37 degrees.
That's true.
And in honor of the Rock and the weather and the polar bear plunge, I am wearing my official San Antonio Polar Bear Club t-shirt with bear spelled correctly.
Exactly.
B-E-X-A-R.
You mean Bexar?
Bexar. The
Polar Bexar Club?
Yeah, I had a guy come visit me from California who I knew at school, and he called it Bexar County, and he called me, he goes, yeah, I'm almost in San Antonio. I'm in a little town called Boerne. That would be Bernie.
Wow, Rooster, Chris Rock is here? Get out. He says, good morning, Chris Rock.
Good morning. Wow, great to have Chris Rock on board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Felt bad for the slap, man. You know, you didn't deserve that, dude.
I know, and I will never watch another movie.
I don't think you have to worry about that. The man hasn't put out very many movies.
True. But there was one that came out subsequent to that. And I think it was on Apple TV. I said, no.
Yeah, no thanks.
No. Don't need to watch you again.
No thanks, but if you have, it's Prime Video, right? For the Blood, Sweat, and Tears?
Oh, God, yes. Prime Video.
Yeah, what the hell happened to Blood, Sweat, and Tears on Prime Video? Fantastic, by the way.
Highly recommend it. Woo! We've been watching No Good Deed with Ray Romano.
Yeah, that's the one where I guess their kid died and
they're selling a house.
Yes.
Yeah, did you see it?
Lisa Kudrow. I saw the first two.
Yeah, we're in episode 5 of 8, I think. Yeah,
Well, I got to up to episode 6 of Landman, and then Cindy said, "Hey, let's watch Landman." So we started watching it again yesterday. Watched 2 episodes yesterday. It was nice to go flashback.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Click on that. And there we are. And turn down my volume.
Hello.
Kemper, Rooster,
Linda
Steve
Lavin
Rocco,
died.
the original Rock.
Linda Lavin died, so we got 3.
Linda Lavin's in the thing I just told you about.
She just died.
No good deed.
It's on Apelka's
Holy crap.
rundown.
We were just,
and the 3.
Beth said last night, she said she looks good.
Well, according to him, we've got Greg
Wow.
Gumbel, Jimmy Carter, and Linda Lavin.
There's your 3.
Yep. I guess it's not official until we get the RIP text.
Well, both you and I jumped the gun.
I
Me
know.
on Greg Gumbel and you on Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
How dare you?
I know.
How dare
I know.
you
I couldn't wait.
jump the Grim
I couldn't
Reaper,
wait,
sir? Thank God for coffee. Is Sam Tobias in here?
Yes.
Coffee, it's the wonder drug that works wonders. Coffee, because management frowns on crystal meth.
They do.
Tim from the Philippines, welcome. Jacob C. Hernandez, Rooster in the morning.
Jacob.
Good morning.
Rooster in the morning says cock-a-doodle-doo. Did indeed pass away
It is
yesterday.
so weird.
Wow.
I saw Linda Lavin
That's right. She's in that. Yeah.
on
Wow.
Netflix yesterday. Crazy.
How bizarre.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. So I watched, popped up on my Facebook this morning, Dylan Emery from the studio. Did you know about the Spurs and the court
Yes.
in Minnesota?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don Harris told me about it.
He was talking about that last night.
Yeah. They had problems with the court and they had to bring new court in, so the game was pushed back an hour.
Yes.
Yeah. I was planning on watching a little bit of it, but not at 8:00. No, thank you.
So, Sam, do you believe in the law of threes when famous people die? Greg Gumbel, Linda Lavin, James
Carter.
Earl Carter.
Yeah.
Oh, and Letterman, you got to look on, I should have sent you on Instagram. He's got Jimmy Carter on the show. So before the show, he's in the dressing room. He goes, former President Carter, it's just an honor to have you. Dave Letterman goes, and he goes, oh, thank you, Regis. And then they do the interview. He comes on the show. He goes, I met you before. And he's like, I don't remember. He goes, it was on a thing called Live at 5. He goes, oh, I do remember Live at 5. He goes, but you don't remember me? He goes, well, I've met many famous people. He goes, Johnny Carson, Jay Leno, Joe DiMaggio. It was very, very funny. I'll have to send it to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kemper. I can't stand cold water either. So we'll see what happens today in the 88-degree temperatures. Missing girl, we don't like that in Sherman,
No.
Texas.
Sam, Chris, stand by.
Welcome into this beautiful day, Monday, December 30th, 2024. 2 days until the year 2025, 21 days until Inauguration Day, 41 days until Super Bowl 59, 115 days until the NFL draft round 1 at Lambeau Field, and 175 days until Mr. T and I celebrate the first day of summer 2025, unless we decide to celebrate the first day of summer today, because Charity McCurdy, I just heard you say it could get up to around 88 degrees today.
I can't believe that. I thought it was winter, but we'll give you one little last bit of summer or whatever these temperatures are called. But yeah, I can't believe we're looking at the mid-upper 80s today. But again, short-lived, Chris. You're going to need to get the winter clothes out yet again.
No.
Winter clothes.
Yeah.
No.
Those are the long sleeve T-shirts, I believe.
That's what they tell us.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I did see a post by our good friend. I saw it on Facebook. News 4 San Antonio chief meteorologist Chris Suchan. He had, I think it was for January 7th. It was, it's from the European weather model, whatever that means. But it showed the state of Texas in an Arctic blast, and much of the Midwest all the way down into Texas, including San Antonio. An Arctic blast pretty much according to the computer model, between January 7th and 10th.
Yeah.
So you are correct, Charity. Winter is coming.
Yeah, January 8th right now, forecast high 52 degrees.
That's the
Low
high?
34.
That's the high? Oh,
Uh-huh.
my God.
I don't like that.
Way to ruin a perfectly good day.
Well, no, we're going to live for today. We're going to revel in. I'm going
Yes.
to the pool, and we're going to just enjoy it.
You'll be sunbathing this afternoon?
Yes.
Right on.
Bust out the Hawaiian tropic.
There you go.
It'll be a beautiful thing. Speaking of the weather, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs in the low 70s. And on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, followed by clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. It is 46 degrees. WOAI News Time, 512.
San Antonio's first news, that's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She is Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell, and wearing a canary yellow hoodie, and it's a polo hoodie.
Polo.
So it's pretty she. You got to love it. EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon solo this morning. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. And doing my Holmes High School math, I do believe we have 42 hours and 47 minutes left in the year 2024.
Wow.
I can't
Just saying.
believe it.
Wow. Can I say it already? Where did this year go?
Well, and I say this all the time, and it's true. And if any of you are younger, Charity McCurdy, someday you'll appreciate this. The older you get, the faster time goes by, whether it's a week, a month, or a year. And I used to hear older people say this when I was younger, and I go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, get off my lawn.
Shut up, old man.
Yeah.
What do you know? And it's like, wow, it's true. The older I get, the faster time goes. There is some law of quantum physics, Charity, that makes that so. I don't know what that law is, but I am experiencing it.
See, there's no greater indicator to me than the passing of time than kids. Having kids and seeing how fast they're growing, to me, is the biggest indicator of all that, wow, time really does fly.
Yeah, I'm with you though, Chris. And the older I got, even especially when my kids were grown,
Yeah.
that's when it just started flying by.
Yes.
It's like, oh my God.
Well, and another indicator, and we're going to talk a lot about it this morning, the passing of former President Jimmy Carter. You heard Charity detail so much about him in the newscast, and we'll talk more about him and other presidents this morning. But I vividly remember I was a sophomore at Holmes High School in the fall of 1976 when he won election, when he was elected president. I mean, he seemed like part of the deal was he was young.
Yes.
It was like, Gerald
Yes.
Ford, the incumbent. There's this young guy, Jimmy Carter. He's a peanut farmer and all that. A lot of people say peanut farmer. They forget he's a Naval Academy graduate and served in the Navy. But I mean, I vividly remember a young Jimmy Carter taking the presidency, and here he dies at the age of 100.
Amazing that he had been in hospice as long as he had, nearly 2 years. But amazing life and an amazing humanitarian. He was the poster child for what you should do when it comes to community service and helping others.
Amen to that. I mean, without him, where would Habitat for Humanity be? I mean, a lot of people thought that he ran it. He didn't. He just had a lot to do with it. And I don't think it would be the success that it is today without him.
Yeah, and I heard it in the newscast at the top of the hour as well. And people have said it for many years. He may not have been the greatest president ever, and a lot of people had issues with his presidency. And you could even say there were aspects of it that were a disaster, such as the Iran hostage crisis. But you can certainly make the argument he may have been the best ex-president ever because of all he did, such as you cite, Habitat for Humanity and more. He monitored elections around the world. Amazing man. We'll talk more about him coming up. In fact, we're going to ask you a presidential question coming up for our talkback question of the morning. WOAI News Time 516.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh, that's true, Rooster. February for the rodeo. Yeah, especially with the Cowboy Breakfast coming back. It's going to get nasty.
Yes. And you won't see us at the Cowboy Breakfast.
No, you will not.
Enjoy yourselves, though.
Yeah, have fun.
After work, I'll drive by
I won't.
a taco plum cake, and I'll buy myself a taco,
there you go.
a breakfast taco.
But to feel right, you should have to stand in line. I'm just saying. Victor Wembanyama.
He just gets better and better.
He does, man. That was so cool to see him go play chess and invite people to come play chess with us.
He's such a cool. Did you see him over the weekend as well with the jersey exchange with the little kid?
That was the coolest thing. Yeah. That was the coolest jersey exchange.
I think that was in Brooklyn
ever.
Too.
Yes, ever.
Which made it even cooler. Yeah,
ever. That was awesome. You know, that's a good dude, man.
Ooh. Spurs lose by 2. How was the ending?
Jeremy Sohan missed a game-winning 3.
Damn it! And Taro Kotani was in the stands.
I know he was there. I saw him during the game. They showed him.
Oh, great!
Yeah, and then he runs into Bill Schoening at the hotel in Minneapolis.
Yep.
Yeah. No Fox Business report. So
beautiful. Appreciate that.
So 26.
2-6. Hey, my people are represented on Ken's 5 this morning. And I did see a Geico commercial during football yesterday. I was triggered by the Geico commercial. I'm thinking about a class action lawsuit. All of us Neanderthal descendants. If you're new to the stream, I am 0.5% Neanderthal, according to 23andMe. And I am triggered by Geico caveman commercials. He looks like he just walked out of the cave.
Yeah. Stand by.
All right.
Sam, stand by.
The passing of former President Jimmy Carter leads us to a presidential question for you coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
January 9th is being declared a National Day of Mourning in honor of former President Jimmy Carter. Recovery and cleanup is underway after at least 4 people were killed as severe storms hammered the South over the weekend. And the suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is out on bond. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today and warm, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs in the low 70s. And on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 46 degrees. WOAI News Time, 520.
San Antonio's first news coming up at the bottom of the hour. Charity McCurdy with all the big stories you need to know about on this final Monday of 2024. In the next half hour, we will go back in time with Flashback. And a lot of us are going back in time, looking at the life of former President Jimmy Carter, who passed away at the age of 100. We'll obviously be talking a lot about him this morning. I mentioned he was a Naval Academy graduate. He entered Annapolis during World War II. He was in the class of 1946 at Annapolis and finished in the top 10% of his class, which is pretty darn remarkable. And Charity, just you just look at the span of his life, from his roots in Plains, Georgia, a peanut farmer, his love for Rosalind Carter, that marriage, that love that lasted so long. You know, she died a few years before he did, but they were very much, I believe, soulmates, and they were certainly life partners and led an amazing life together.
They really did. And it's just amazing how long Jimmy Carter was able to battle, through old age. He had been in hospice for nearly 2 years, and that was after a string of hospital stays. But at 100 years, he was the longest living former president in our nation's history. And again, it's just so admirable, the fact that he dedicated the rest of his life post-presidency to charity.
Yeah, he did. Like you said earlier, Chris, might be the best ex-president in the history of our country, because all he did after he got out of office was amazing. But one of the things I remember the most about him being in office was the boycotting of the 1980 Summer Olympics. As a kid, because I was still a kid back then. I was 17 years old. I was bummed out by it. But then, the older I got, I understood it.
Well, and of course, there was the Iran hostage crisis, which happened under his watch. And a big thing, there was an attempted rescue mission that killed 8. And it was really, really botched. And the command and control of that rescue mission, they tried to have multiple services and multiple commanders involved. In retrospect, a lot of people thought it could have been done better. And in that 1980 election, where Ronald Reagan defeated Jimmy Carter, a lot of people point to the Iran hostage crisis and that botched rescue attempt that took those lives, that really was the death knell for Jimmy Carter's presidency. But we have a question for you this morning. We were talking about this morning before the show, and you look at your own lifetime. Obviously, Jimmy Carter was a president in my lifetime, in Mr. T's lifetime, certainly left an impression. But you look at all the presidents in your lifetime. We have a question for you this morning. We would like to know, who was the greatest president in your lifetime, in your opinion, and why? And before we officially pose that question to you as a talkback question, let's go around the horn. Charity McCurdy, in your lifetime, and you can frame it when people call in or when they use the talkback feature. You can say the greatest, or your favorite, or the most effective, or however you want to frame it. Who would you rank as the best president in your life?
I would go back to Ronald Reagan. He was just a likable man. I didn't see him so much as a politician. He almost came off as like your grandfather. But he came and he was in charge at a time when America was really going through a prosperous time under his watch. I know back then interest rates were really high, unemployment was high at the time, and Reagan was able to turn that all around and make the nation great again. So I always go back to Ronald Reagan.
See, for me, it would be George W. Bush, just because of what happened 9/11, 2001. I just, lived through that, and I remember thinking, God, I'm so glad it wasn't Al Gore. And just the way that he handled that, I thought was just very impactful in my life.
Yeah, George W. Bush with the megaphone
Yes.
there at Ground Zero and saying that those who did this will pay, and indeed they did. I go Ronald Reagan as well. I mean, I distinctly remember, and again, we talk a little bit about Jimmy Carter's presidency here with those hostages in Iran. And I remember I was at the Air Force Academy at the time, and at fall of 1980, Jimmy Carter was the commander in chief, and it felt like America was waning. We were held hostage in Iran, and we needed to become the America that we grew up believing in. And part of Ronald Reagan's view of America, he talked about the shining castle on the hill, and I think he returned America to its greatness as that shining castle on the hill. So we want to hear from you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? Search 1200 WOAI. You see a little button there. That's a microphone button. You'll get 30 seconds. Leave us a message. We'll play it on the air. We'll react to it as well. WOAI News Time 526. Actually 81, but
81, sorry. Hello, everybody.
woohoo!
Hello, buddy. How you
The
doing?
Taco Kid from Alamo Town. Welcome in.
All right.
See, I'm going to upload this to Twitter, also known as X. The kids
Good.
call it X these days.
The Twitter, formerly known as X. Kind of like Prince.
That. Let's see.
Huh.
RK, welcome in. Good morning, RK. Jim Ross, D Taco Kid from Alamo Town, Echo 5 Hotel. There are 17 of you in here right now. Welcome in. We see your name. We tend to say hello. Tim from the Philippines. We try to say hello to everybody. But if we don't see your name, we can't say hello. You don't have to chat, but if you do, that's how we see your name. Let's see. On.
Na-na-na-na. Why are you feeling? Hmm?
Wow, look at that. That's pretty cool.
You sent us a video. Oh, very cool. Nice. Cool. All right, here comes Charity, everybody. Sorry, Charity's going away for a sec.
Habitat for Humanity. Here's a clip of President Carter speaking in New Orleans back in 2007 at a Habitat for Humanity building project site.
Working for Habitat is not a sacrifice. I've never been to a Habitat project that I didn't feel that I received a great blessing, more than I invested by far. And I don't think I've ever handed a homeowner family the keys to their house and quite often a Bible that I didn't cry with them. Well, we're going to cry with happiness.
President Biden paid tribute to Carter last from Bangkok was carrying 181 people when it skidded off the runway and crashed into a barrier, bursting into flames. 2 people were rescued, but 179 were killed. 1 person was killed and 4 others injured in a tornado-warned storm in Brazoria County. John Mark Dempsey has details.
The Brazoria County Sheriff's Office said a tornado touched down between Liverpool and Hillcrest Village. 10 homes were damaged. Several tornadoes were reported across the Houston area Saturday. In Katy, Omar Godoy grabbed his nephew and ducked for cover.
I just saw the funnel just coming down, and then it started coming towards us. So I just told him, "Hey, just get in the closet, because that's the safest spot."
The Red Cross also reported likely tornadoes in Waller and Montgomery counties north of Houston.
Well, the suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is out on bond. Officers responded around 10 p.m. to the Paper Tiger on North St. Mary Street, where they found a man outside with several stab wounds. Police arrested John Guerrero on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Guerrero bonded out of jail Friday evening. In 3 weeks, Republicans will control the White House and both chambers of Congress, and one House Democrat said that should not signal a lack of cooperation. Fox's Gernal Scott has more.
California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna said you can expect his party to push back if the GOP targets Social Security or if the Justice Department is weaponized. He added on Fox News Sunday, if there are good ideas
to bring manufacturing back, or to cut wasteful defense spending, or to make our food system safer and get the additives out of our food, why wouldn't we want to work on things that are good for the American people?
Congressman Khanna said Democrats should examine their cooperation issue by issue and not let a partisan lens determine where they stand. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Washington state authorities say 2 men who were searching for Sasquatch have been found dead in the forest. 2 men from Portland went out hiking last week in the Pinchot National Forest to search for the legendary Sasquatch and had planned to return home Christmas Eve. When they didn't return, a family member reported them missing Christmas Day. After a 3-day search, including canines and drones, the bodies of the men were found in a heavily wooded area. The sheriff's office says they appear to have died of exposure. Well, a record holiday shopping season is over, but it's led to a rush to return unwanted gifts. Beth Myers has more.
The National Retail Federation estimates that returns this year will be about 17% of all sales, totaling $890 billion. That's up from last year. Diane Gottsman is head of the Protocol School of Texas, and she says returning a gift that came from a family member can be tricky.
You can say to your mom, the sweater is great, but I don't live in an area, as you know, that I'm going to wear this. Do you mind if I exchange it for something else?
She says unwanted gifts can be given to a friend, but make sure it's a different social circle. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, we'll go back in time with Flashback in the next hour. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. And we are reacting, and America is reacting to the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100. In fact, we're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? And we were talking earlier about Jimmy Carter and how the Iran hostage crisis affected his presidency and contributed, in all probability, to his not being reelected. Here is Jimmy Carter reacting to how he felt about the release of those hostages the day he left the presidency.
I think that was the happiest day that I've ever had, not in laying down the burdens of the presidency, which I did not want to do, but in just knowing that those hostages were free.
I think that speaks volumes about Jimmy Carter. Here's a guy who lost the election, and he says the happiest day of his life was when those American hostages were freed. That's just the kind of guy he was.
Yeah. And it's amazing that he continued to live his life the way he did for others. I remember specifically him suffering a really bad fall in 2019. And like within a matter of days, he was back out building homes for Habitat for Humanity. He had like a black eye and several stitches. I mean, even continued teaching Sunday school, and well into his older age. But truly an amazing person, especially post-presidency. I mean, he did some great accomplishments while in the White House. I mean, you think about that deal where he was able to get Egypt and Israel together. That peace accord deal was amazing, but obviously he was just plagued by the sluggish economy, inflation, and of course the energy crisis as well.
Yeah, that did not help anything. The thing I remember the most about when he was president was his brother, Billy, because before then you didn't have a lot of president's family in the spotlight like we did when Billy Carter got into the spotlight, came out with his own beer. I mean, he was kind of like the joke. Yes. The joke of the presidency, but I remember that very vividly.
Yeah, the joke of the presidency. Billy Beer was a big deal.
It was a huge deal.
Was it any good?
No.
Oh.
Say that again?
Was it any good?
It wasn't that good.
It wasn't that good, but a lot of people never opened it. They just kept it.
I would imagine that's worth something
money,
right now. Yeah, that's a piece of history. And for those too young, I mean, Billy Carter was kind of a Bubba. He was kind of, which is funny because a lot of people refer to Bill Clinton as Bubba, but I mean, he was just, that brother who was kind of an underachiever and the antithesis of Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
He was kind of a hillbilly. So in that case, Billy kind of made a little sense for being Billy Carter's name.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was truly amazing. And you mentioned the peace accord. That was a big deal back then in 1978 when that went down at Camp David. I remember being a kid and when my dad reacting to that, watching the news. And, I was too young to actually get the scope of it, but it turned out to be a big, big deal.
Yeah, to see Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat shake hands.
Yeah.
To this day, you think about, Arabs and Israelis and, oh my God, you look at the Middle East right now. Those peace accords, the Camp David peace accords, were just phenomenal. And of course, Anwar Sadat, not a whole lot longer after that. Of course, he was assassinated during a parade in Egypt as he sat in the front row in his full military regalia. So I both in Egypt for Anwar Sadat and in Israel, obviously hardliners did not like those peace accords. But again, a huge credit to Jimmy Carter for finding a way to make that happen.
Yes, he definitely had his positive points, and when people refer to Jimmy Carter's presidency, often it's cited those long lines at the gas station during the oil crisis. That seems to come up the most.
Yeah, that was huge back then. I remember that. And do you think there'll ever be another president who's not in office that does as much as he did?
I hope so. The short answer, no. But I hope that other former presidents look to Jimmy Carter
and take that initiative.
Yeah. And realize, and think about this. We mentioned his service entering Annapolis, the Naval Academy in World War II. He served his country. He was a man of service, whether it was in the Navy, whether it was as a president, whether it was his post-presidency. He is a guy who walked the walk with service. Coming up, we will go back in time. We will play flashback. We'll try to figure out what year we land in. We'll see if you can figure out what year we land in. And we want to hear from you. In the aftermath of the passing of Jimmy Carter at the age of 100, who was the greatest president in your lifetime and why? Let us know on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. We will play your Talkbacks on the air. We'll react to those as well. WOAI News Time, 545. We activate the flux capacitor, hop into the DeLorean, accelerate to 88 miles an hour, and we are going back in time. But can you figure out what year we land in? Let's play flashback.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, God. Wow.
I always thought it was Tony Basil.
So did
but
I.
He says Basil.
Basil.
You say Basil, I say Basil, and we'll try to figure out what year it is. Do you know what year it was? We'll let you know in just a sec. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Tributes are pouring in following the death of America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter. It's still unclear what caused a deadly plane crash in South Korea, and the race for Texas House Speaker appears to be at an impasse. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today and warm. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs in the low 70s. And then on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. It is 46 degrees. WOAI news time is 5:50.
Oh, it's 46 degrees now, but talk to me at about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, but how long will it stay that hot? I mean, is it going to be like
True.
10 minutes and then it starts
Well,
cooling off again?
It's going to be long enough, man. It's going to stay hot for at least 4 beers at the pool.
So 10 minutes.
I'm
That's what I
just-
said.
well,
Even though
okay,
you're
but
not getting in the pool. Yeah.
I don't know that I'm not getting in the pool. I'm a San Antonio polar bear, Charity, hence the shirt.
Oh.
For anybody watching on YouTube, at 1200 WOA on YouTube, I am wearing the official San Antonio Polar Bear Club t-shirt. And just to spite you, Charity, I might just jump in the water and yell your name on video.
Oh, no, you'll
Say,
be, yeah,
take that, Charity McCurdy.
yeah, you'll be yelling, shrinkage.
Ye of little faith. Ye of little faith.
All right. I mean, if you don't post it on the internet, it didn't happen.
No,
So-
that's
that's
true.
true.
If it's not,
That
it's
is
not
true.
Facebook official, it never happened. All right, back to flashback for a moment. Barney Clark gets a new heart. Cheers debuts. Gandhi in the theater. And Mr. T loved Tony Basil. Mr. T, this is more in your era. Do you think it was 80, 81, or 82?
I thought it was 82, but then, 81 is in the middle. Charity, do you have any idea on this one?
I remember watching that video on my MTV, so I'm going to go 82 because I was still young at the time. But
Then it's got to be 82.
It's got to be
Yeah.
82.
It's got to be 82.
We go
then.
with Charity on this. Let's find out.
Hey,
82.
yeah.
Charity McCurdy knows her MTV and Tony. All right, Charity. Was it Tony Basil or Tony Basil?
I've always known it as Basil, but
Thank
I'm
you.
not the
Thank you.
official.
No, I
No.
I heard it
Yeah.
on the radio,
Yeah.
and it was Basil, and
Okay.
dude said Basil.
And he's also called it Abba instead of Abba.
Well,
so-
I've heard people call that too. That's just wrong.
It's
just wrong.
ABBA.
It's ABBA.
Come on, people.
Yeah.
Come on, people.
ABBA, Basil. I mean, I'm just confused.
All right. we, in the aftermath of the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100 yesterday, we are asking you on the iHeartRadio app on the Talkback feature, who was the greatest president in your lifetime and why? Charity McCurdy, How do they tell us?
The free iHeart Radio app. You search 1200 WOAI and look for the red microphone button. Hit it 30 seconds to provide your feedback.
Yeah, and here is a bunch of them.
Hey guys, Stephen from Waddle. For me, it's President Reagan. I remember I was in 5th grade when the Challenger exploded, and he went on television that afternoon and said to all the children in America, and he explained what was going on, and I felt like he was talking to me personally. Okay, why did Dracula pass out on New Year's Eve? Because there was a countdown.
Hey, good morning, Tim, Chris, and Charity. Hey, it's Rooster. Hey, yeah, along with my favorite president being George W. Bush Jr., yeah, I mean, hats off to him for the way he reacted to the 9/11 attack. And I want to say thanks to all of y'all, San Antonio's First News, and you guys for the Alamo Bowl tickets. Michelle and I had a great time, and yeah, it was good and fun being down there. And love you guys. Thanks for everything. Have a good one, Rooster.
Good morning, WI crew. Tabmaster here. I got a little cliche for you, I guess you could call it. It's the reason why time seems to go by so fast the older we get. And that's because life is like a toilet paper roll. The closer to the end you get, the faster it spins. Y'all have a great day.
Greatest president in my lifetime, Richard Milhouse Nixon.
Wow.
He ended the Vietnam War. The other one thing about Jimmy Carter you have to remember is that he brought us the high gasoline prices for the junk gas we have today. Before Jimmy Carter's embargo, we had 50-cent gas prices, and they jumped to over $1 under his administration.
Good morning. This is Bulletproof. The greatest president in my lifetime was Ronald Reagan. Number one, he brought America back stronger than it was. He made kind of America great again. He also admitted that he was part of the problem in the past because he used to be a Democrat.
Peace in the Middle East with Jimmy Carter's best act, keeping us away from war. Unlike some of the presidents we have to deal with ever since Reagan. We've been in a war every year since Reagan, Iran-Contra and everything. Jimmy Carter was a peaceful man. We need more presidents like him.
Wow, just looking at that snapshot, I was writing them down.
Yeah.
We got 2 Reagans, we got a George W. Bush, we got a Richard Nixon, and we got a Jimmy Carter. And we were talking about this morning before the show, Charity, and we figured, a lot of people think for today, and we know a lot of people are big Donald Trump fans, and we thought we'd get a lot of Donald Trumps, and I think we still will.
Oh, yeah.
But interesting. My goodness, look at that cross-section, including a Richard Nixon.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd hear that.
No, but when he credited Nixon for ending the Vietnam War,
yes,
that made sense, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that are high on Nixon for that reason specifically.
Yeah, I remember, again, because I'm so old, I remember Nixon running against George McGovern in 1972, and Nixon's big mantra was peace with honor. George McGovern was saying, we'll withdraw. I'm just going to unilaterally withdraw from Vietnam. And, now, granted, Nixon said peace with honor. You look at 1975 and the images of that helicopter on top of the embassy building and people reaching up for the helicopter trying to escape. You could make the argument that we didn't get out of Vietnam as cleanly as perhaps we could have or should have. But you could certainly, we got out under Nixon's watch, so you can certainly make. And technically, though, Nixon leaves office on August 9th, 1974. So 1975
would have
Gerald
been
Ford
Gerald
was in
Ford,
office.
even though we still know it was
Yes.
the Nixon administration at that
Correct.
time. Yes.
Yeah. So, and of course, Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State, was a big part of those
big part
negotiations to get out of Vietnam.
Amen.
Yeah. And I think about, how Carter was just humiliated by Reagan's 1980 victory.
Gosh, yes.
Carter won only like 6 states, I think, in D.C.
Yeah.
It was a blowout.
It was a landslide.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And-
one of the biggest, yes.
And remarkably, Iran releases those hostages
on
Inauguration Day,
Yeah.
January 20th, 1981.
And I think a lot of that had to do with the peace accord.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely.
Now, there are some people who will tell you that there were backdoor negotiations by Reagan's people even before that, heading into that election to do it that way.
Sure.
But I think the Iranians knew when Ronald Reagan gets in office, you better release them or there's going to be hell to pay. And I think the Iranians knew that. Wow. Lots to talk about coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, and keep those talkbacks coming. We want to know who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why. Charity with all the big stories at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time 5:58.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100, and severe weather slams Southeast Texas. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Monday forecast, sunny, a high in the upper 80s. Tonight's low near 55. Right now, 47 degrees. Our nation's 39th president, Jimmy Carter, has died at the age of 100. Fox's Greg Jarrett looks back on Jimmy Carter's life and legacy.
A peanut farmer turned naval officer turned unlikely politician.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
Elected in 1976, Jimmy Carter brought the leaders of Egypt and Israel together for the Camp David peace accords.
We should all recognize the substantial achievements that have been made.
His presidency marked by high inflation and an energy crisis.
The energy shortage is permanent. There is no way we can solve it quickly.
When 53 Americans were held hostage in Iran for more than a year, a failed rescue mission that killed 8 led to an election loss to Ronald Reagan. It was in his post-presidential years that his reputation grew as he devoted himself to such causes as human rights and Habitat for Humanity. It has been said that while Jimmy Carter may not go down as one of our greatest presidents, he may have been one of the best ex-presidents in history.
And President Biden paid tribute to Jimmy Carter last night.
He forged peace advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world. He built housing and homeless for the homeless with his own hands. And his compassion and moral clarity lifted people up and changed lives and saved lives all over the globe.
President-elect Donald Trump in a statement said we all owe Jimmy Carter a debt of gratitude. And Texas leaders are also noting Carter's death. Governor Abbott sent his condolences to the Carter family. Former President George W. Bush, Senator John Cornyn, and Senator Ted Cruz also issued statements of condolence, noting Carter's service in the Navy and the Georgia governor's mansion and his humanitarian efforts. Carter was the last Democrat to carry Texas in a presidential race. And President Biden scheduled a state funeral for Carter on January 9th and declared the day a national day of mourning. Well, a tragic plane crash in South Korea left 179 people dead. Fox's Stephanie Bennett has more.
Those two survivors were two crew members, and the youngest victim aboard this horrific plane crash was a 3-year-old little boy. Now, the incident is the deadliest disaster in South Korea's aviation history. The Boeing 737-800 jet from Bangkok was carrying 175 passengers and 6 crew members. And according to South Korea's transport ministry, the control tower at Muan International Airport had warned the plane about a possible bird strike, and then a few minutes later, the pilot issued a mayday call. Upon landing, the plane slid on its belly into a concrete wall and immediately burst into flames.
The South Korean government has declared a week of mourning following the crash. Southeast Texas was slammed by severe weather over the weekend. So far, 6 tornadoes have been confirmed from Saturday's outbreak, including 2 EF3 twisters. One of the tornadoes resulted in a death and multiple injuries. A 48-year-old woman was found about 100 feet from her home in the Liverpool area south of Houston. There were at least 45 reports of tornado damage across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. The race for Speaker of the Texas House appears to be at an impasse as the next legislative session approaches. Representatives David Cook of Mansfield and Dustin Burrows of Lubbock are seeking the leadership of the 150-member chamber. Cook has the support of 57 of the 88 members of the House Republican caucus, but is still short of the 76 votes he needs to reach a majority. Congress will reconvene on Friday, and the House is expected to select its new speaker, but they may cause a severe hiccup if they can't come to an agreement. Fox's Matt Finn has more.
Friday, January 3rd, when the Republican-controlled Congress reconvenes, it has the constitutional obligation to select its next Speaker of the House. The current Speaker, Republican Mike Johnson, needs a majority 218 yes votes. However, Indiana Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz says she's not sure who she'll vote for. Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie says he will not vote for Johnson, and there's speculation PA Representative Scott Perry could challenge Johnson. Back in 2023, the House took several days to vote on a new speaker. In what's considered a worst-case scenario, if the House does not have a speaker on January 6th, it would not be able to certify November's election.
And it comes after Congress passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown just days before the holidays. Several hotels in downtown San Antonio and near the Riverwalk are reporting occupancy rates over 85% as New Year's Eve approaches. Many of them expected to book solid for the holiday, and not only with out-of-towners. Some San Antonians who are on the town will get a room in order to get out of traffic on a dangerous night. It is 6:06. The Spurs fell to the T-Wolves in Minnesota. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has details in today's Spurs report. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, I'm Chris Duell, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next half hour. EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting technically, flying the Millennium Falcon, in addition to continuing to cover the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100. We're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? And coming up, 4 dead over the weekend across the South, including one in Texas with a tornado outbreak. We'll talk about that coming up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and warm. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs low 70s. New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, followed by clouds in the afternoon, highs in low 60s. 46 degrees. WOAI News Time, 6:11.
San Antonio's first news. Tornadoes struck across the South over the weekend. As many as 38 tornadoes reported in Texas, Arkansas, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, and North Carolina. 4 reported killed, 1 person killed in Liverpool, Texas on Saturday. Now, Liverpool is south of Houston, not far from Alvin, Texas. 2 more killed in Mississippi, and a 70-year-old man killed in Iredell County, North Carolina, as a tree fell and struck his truck during the high winds of that tornado. And Charity, tornadoes always a danger. Tornadoes often tragic, but to happen during the holidays in between Christmas and New Year's, just seems like an added level of sadness and tragedy here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people let their guard down because it's fairly uncommon to have a severe weather outbreak like this late in the year. But it can happen as shown over the weekend. But it's so scary when you hear about a 48-year-old woman apparently thrown some 100 feet from her home where she was found in Liverpool, south of Houston, and at least 4 other people injured in the Houston area. But the magnitude of tornado sightings is just alarming. I mean, at least 40 is what we're hearing, maybe more.
Yeah, maybe more. And what's shocking to me is if you look at what was happening with our weather over the weekend, it was some of the nicest weather we've had on a weekend in a while. And then you hear about this going on in East Texas and in other states, these tornadoes happening. And Charity, you mentioned it's abnormal for tornadoes and severe weather this time of year. But I would say that in the last 2 years, there's nothing been normal about our weather at all.
Yeah, weather patterns in general have seemed very unusual.
Yeah.
And as Charity mentions, you're not really counting on tornadoes happening in the last week in December, certainly across the South. Bottom line, as always, and this is why we focus on weather so much, you can never let your guard down. You have to always be very, very vigilant and checking on the weather. All the more reason because, as Tim cites, Charity, we have had unusual weather patterns lately.
Yeah, and we're dealing with unusual weather patterns locally. I mean, when you consider today's high is in the upper 80s, only for it to turn around and get downright cold again. So yeah, something you need to pay close attention to. And if it's not tornadoes, it can be other severe weather, like straight line winds, gusty winds. That can cause some damage as well.
And hail. I mean, hail this time of year, it does happen quite a bit. And look, it's so weird that, I mentioned the weather patterns changing and all that. And, I like the abnormal weather we're having today here in San Antonio. I'm a very big fan of it, and I wish it would stay abnormal for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to have a little bit of a summery celebration this afternoon by the pool. Coming up, Donald Trump opposed to a TikTok ban. He asks the Supreme Court to delay it. We'll dive into that, and we're continuing to take your talkbacks. Who was the greatest president in your lifetime and why? We'll play those talkbacks coming up a little bit later as well. WOAI News Time, 6:15. May want to put the brakes on that TikTok ban because President-elect Donald Trump doesn't want it. We'll talk about that coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
January 9th has been declared a national day of mourning following the death of former President Jimmy Carter. At least 4 people are dead after severe storms in the South over the weekend, and a Southwest Side house fire has left 3 people injured. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today and warm, highs in the mid to upper 80s. New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs low 70s. And then on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. 46 degrees, WOAI News Time, 621.
San Antonio's first news coming up. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next half hour. In fact, around 6:48, we'll hear from Charlie Parker. And in the next half hour, we're going to hear from you in the aftermath of the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at age 100. We want to know who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why. We'll play your talkbacks coming up in the next half hour as well. Well, we might put the brakes on that TikTok ban. The TikTok ban supposed to go into effect on January 19th, but the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments on January 10th, just 9 days before the ban. The company itself, TikTok, will argue before the Supreme Court. And now President-elect Donald Trump, through his attorney, with a friend of the court brief, is telling the Supreme Court he does not want the ban to go into effect. He says he wants to, quote, pursue a negotiated resolution that could prevent a nationwide shutdown of TikTok. And interestingly, Charity, the president-elect says that if TikTok goes away, it will interfere with his ability to manage the United States foreign policy. I find that an interesting argument.
Yeah, and if you remember, Trump tried to ban the app during his first term, but he has since flipped his stance. And there are those that think that he was able to make a lot of gains with younger voters during the 2024 election, mainly because of his presence on TikTok. So that may have a lot to do with his change of heart. But you wonder, in terms of national security, a lot of concern about the fact that the app's ownership poses risk because Chinese national security law could essentially compel TikTok to hand over any sensitive information about Americans or even change its algorithm to spread propaganda.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering because, we went through, a year of this at least of, it's stealing our information. It's going to be banned. Now, all of a sudden, it's not going to be banned possibly because are they still stealing our information? I mean, Charity just mentioned, the national security threat by that. I'm confused on this. And as a guy who doesn't use TikTok, I'm just wondering, I kind of agree with Charity about the president's, the election. He got a lot of younger voters by reaching them on TikTok, but he's not running again. So really.
No, but, I do appreciate the fact that, he can rethink TikTok and maybe understands its virtues better. But my goodness, from a stealing of data point of view, I watched a documentary over the weekend called Surveilled. I think it was on Apple TV. With Ronan Farrow, talking about foreign governments using our phones to surveil. They can activate your phone as the camera without your knowing it, the microphone without your knowing it. They can steal all your data, all your photos, all your texts. So data security is a huge thing, and certainly that is at the core of this TikTok controversy. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. We'll hear more from you on the Talkback feature who was your favorite and who was the greatest president of your lifetime. Charity with all the big stories at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 625.
6:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100, and severe weather pummels the South. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Monday forecast, sunny, a high in the upper 80s. Tonight's low 55, right now 48 degrees. Our nation's 39th president, Jimmy Carter, has died. The taking of American hostages at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran on November 4th of 1979 was a defining moment during his presidency. A week later, then President Carter addressed the nation to denounce the kidnappers.
We refuse to permit the use of terrorism and the seizure and the holding of hostages to impose political demands. No one should underestimate the resolve of the American government and the American people in this matter.
The hostages were finally released on January 21st of 1981 after 444 days in captivity, just as President Ronald Reagan took office. And President Biden paid tribute to Jimmy Carter last night, saying his fondest memory with Carter was endorsing him during the 1976 presidential election.
When I endorsed him for president, I told him why I was endorsing him, and that it was not only his policies, but his character, his decency, the honor he communicated to everyone.
President-elect Donald Trump in a statement said, "We all owe Jimmy Carter a debt of gratitude." President Biden scheduled a state funeral for Carter on January 9th and declared the day a national day of mourning. It's still unclear what caused a deadly plane crash in South Korea Sunday, and it could take weeks to get data from the plane's black boxes. The flight from Bangkok was carrying 181 people when it skidded off the runway and crashed into a barrier, bursting into flames. 2 people were rescued, but 179 others were killed. 1 person was killed, 4 people injured in a tornado-warned storm in Brazoria County near Houston. John Mark Dempsey has details.
The Brazoria County Sheriff's Office said a tornado touched down between Liverpool and Hillcrest Village. 10 homes were damaged. Several tornadoes were reported across the Houston area Saturday. In Katy, Omar Godoy grabbed his nephew and ducked for cover.
I just saw the funnel just coming down, and then it started coming towards us. So I just told him, "Hey, just get in the closet, because that's the safest spot."
The Red Cross also reported likely tornadoes in Waller and Montgomery counties north of Houston.
Well, the suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is out on bond. Officers responded around 10 p.m. to the paper Tiger on North St. Mary Street, where they found a man outside with several stab wounds. Police arrested John Guerrero on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Guerrero bonded out of jail Friday evening. His victim is expected to survive. Texas has a law banning diversity programs in public universities, and when lawmakers get back to work next month, there will be a debate over expanding it to the college classroom.
We're going to be looking, coming up in the next session, at DEI-infused curriculums.
Sherry Sylvester with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says it's the college faculty that control the curriculum, but it's the people of Texas who provide the money. Their goal with the legislation is to make sure that students are not forced to take a DEI class in order to get their degree. In 3 weeks, Republicans will control the White House and both chambers of Congress, and one House Democrat said that should not signal a lack of cooperation. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna said you can expect his party to push back if the GOP targets Social Security or if the Justice Department is weaponized. He added on Fox News Sunday, if there are good ideas
to bring manufacturing back, or to cut wasteful defense spending, or to make our food system safer and get the additives out of our food. Why wouldn't we want to work on things that are good for the American people?
Congressman Khanna said Democrats should examine their cooperation issue by issue and not let a partisan lens determine where they stand. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A World War II veteran from San Antonio is celebrating his 100th birthday today. B.L. Craighead is a former pilot whose favorite pastime is fishing. His family got together with him over the weekend to celebrate the occasion with friends, stories, and memories. Health and self-care were hot topics on social media this year. According to the healthcare job search website Soliant Health, the most Googled health questions this year included topics like whether bronchitis, pneumonia, or strep throat are contagious, and what is lupus. Americans also wanted to know how much water they should drink each day and what causes high blood pressure. It is 6:37, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker coming right up with Those Were the Days at 6:48. And we are reacting with you to the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100 yesterday. Coming up on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, we're asking you who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why. We'll play those and react to them. Meanwhile, we are reacting to all aspects of former President Jimmy Carter's life and his presidency. Here is part of Jimmy Carter's inauguration speech in 1977.
We attest once again to the inner and spiritual strength of our nation. As my high school teacher used to say, we must adjust to changing times and still hold to unchanging principles.
You look at the arc of Jimmy Carter's lifetime, Charity, from, if not poverty, certainly a very rough childhood growing up, at least the circumstances, not having the electricity, not having the indoor plumbing, to ultimately becoming a Naval Academy midshipman, becoming a naval officer, entering the Naval Academy during World War II, ascending to the presidency. And we've talked about it so much this morning, and I think it is his legacy. It's what he did after he was president.
It really is. His name is synonymous with Habitat for Humanity, all he's done, charitable efforts, teaching Sunday school. And he did that well into his older age, even after suffering a major fall. The next day, he was back out building homes with Habitat for Humanity, even sporting a black eye and several stitches. I mean, it really is amazing, his life's work post-presidency.
And even when he was in president, I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but he started the tradition of having championship sports teams coming to the White House. And think about this, guys. If you're one of those home brewer fans, you like to make your own beer. Thanks to him for signing H.R. 1337 in 1978, which essentially lifted a 50-year prohibition against brewing your own beer.
Crazy.
So there you go. He did that for us.
Well, and just to back up for a moment, what Mr. T said, I think a lot of people probably don't know that Jimmy Carter started that tradition of championship sports teams coming to the White House. We see it so often and have seen it so often since. We just assume that's what happens. You win a championship on a major level, you're a pro team or a college national champion, you get invited to the White House. Of course, we've seen that has become controversial in recent years. Certainly in the Trump presidency, you had people like the Golden State Warriors refusing to come to the White House when Donald Trump was president. Hopefully that changes in the next Trump presidency.
Yes, for sure. But I mean, looking at his accomplishments, I mean, a story maybe not a lot of people know. Of course, Carter was a naval officer and a nuclear engineer. And apparently back in the early 50s, a nuclear research facility in Canada suffered a partial meltdown. So it left more than 1 million gallons of contaminated radioactive wastewater flooding the basement, and officials brought in Carter because he was one of the few people that had the clearance and the knowledge to deal with that kind of disaster. So he was physically lowered into this reactor and apparently helped avert a further disaster. I mean, that's amazing.
That is amazing. And, when I was a kid, when he became president, all you heard about was him being a peanut farmer.
Yeah.
And I didn't know where peanuts came from,
Right.
at that time. I didn't know you farmed peanuts. I thought they just kind of grew wild in the peanut states, I didn't know there was a peanut farm.
That's so true. And I remember that as well when he was elected in 1976. It was peanut farmer Jimmy Carter. And people forgot, or at least it wasn't top of mind, that he was a naval officer, that he was a Naval Academy graduate. Stories like Charity just tells about his expertise and during a nuclear meltdown, and even in the aftermath of his presidency, Charity, it was kind of with the hostage situation, with the economy, with gas prices, it was a lot of people look at it and said that was a failed presidency, and you could certainly make the argument that it was on many levels. But I think even still, I've over the years on radio, I've had to remind people that this guy served in the Navy. This guy served with distinction. And we mentioned earlier, not only a Naval Academy graduate, but graduated in the top 10% of his class.
Yeah, truly amazing. I mean, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002 for his efforts to end international conflicts. We talked about earlier the Egypt and Israel peace accord. Carter also formalized an agreement to establish diplomatic relations with China back in 1979.
Yeah, and I also remember, I talked earlier about his brother Billy coming into the forefront. Amy Carter was big. Their daughter, Amy Carter, was big when he was in president, because you didn't hear a lot about the kids, other than John back when John Kennedy was president. Really, kids kind of just came and went, but Amy was out in the forefront.
Yeah, President Johnson's kids were older.
Yes.
President Nixon's kids were older. So you're so right. It was the first time since the Kennedy administration.
And I remember as a kid wondering what it would be like to be the son or of a president, what you do in the White House, all that. And, it was fascinating.
So true. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. Then we're going to hear from you. We're asking you, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? We'll play those on the air. We'll react to them as well. WOAI News Time, 6:45.
January 9th is being declared a National Day of Mourning in honor of former President Jimmy Carter, who died at the age of 100. Recovery and cleanup is underway after at least 4 people were killed from severe storms in the South, and the suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is now out on bond. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today and warm, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs low 70s. Wednesday, New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 48 degrees. WOAI News Time, 6:53.
San Antonio's first news, our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. We are talking to you about Jimmy Carter and more this morning in the aftermath of his passing yesterday at the age of 100. We're asking you on the talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? Charity McCurdy, how do they get a hold of us?
The free iHeart Radio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the microphone button. Hit it. 30 seconds to provide your feedback.
And you'll sound something like this.
Okay, here. All right, I will answer the question about the best president in 4 years. In the meantime, well, everybody have a beautiful next 4 years. Bye, y'all.
Good morning on this last Monday of 2024. I grew up in a household where presidents were held in high esteem. I think I even memorized at one time as a child the order of the presidents and their names. But it was Bill Clinton who sadly opened my eyes to the fact that presidents put their pants on the same way we do. And some even take them off in the Oval Office. Oh, well, have a great day.
Good morning, y'all. It's just Mikey. Hey, Donald Trump is my favorite president because the man is an American lion and he is fearless and he just has an inspiring courage to me. And that's why. Y'all have a good day. God bless you. Bye-bye.
And our thanks to RK, Kemper, and Mikey there. Kemper bringing up Bill Clinton and his activities in the Oval Office with one Monica Lewinsky. That was really kind of a sea change in the presidency. You know, when Ken Starr, as the special prosecutor, special counsel was going after him, it did kind of change the feel of the presidency. It got very, very ugly and salacious there.
And I remember when Bill Clinton was trying to be cool on MTV, the sunglasses, playing the saxophone.
On Arsenio.
Yeah. Yes. It was a new look for the presidency, that's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely changed the way we looked at the president. I agree with that, definitely.
Well, and, you know, here I am blaming Bill Clinton, and perhaps I should. But as we now know, you know, White House correspondents back in the day, obviously John F. Kennedy apparently had a lot of ladies coming in and out of the White House that apparently the press knew about, including Marilyn Monroe. And that was just an era where if you were covering the president, you just didn't mention
you covered for the president. Yeah.
Boom.
There
precisely.
you go.
So you've got to wonder over the years if even before President Kennedy how much hanky-panky was going on.
Yeah. And it kind of reminds me of, wasn't that infamous Playboy interview that Jimmy Carter did that
Yes.
almost cost him the presidency?
I lusted in my heart.
Yes.
I lusted it.
Yeah.
He said, I never cheated on my wife, but I have lusted. And that was salacious.
Back then,
he
yeah.
lusted in his
Yeah.
heart. And again, that's an honest
Answer. Yes.
honest reaction.
Yes.
And he was it was a huge controversy at the time.
Wow.
I know it was in the Southern Baptist Church that I was a part of at the time. It was a huge thing. Yes.
I'm surprised he agreed to do that interview. You know,
Well, he was a nice guy.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the articles in Playboy were fantastic, by the way.
Very educational, I'm
Very.
sure. Yes.
Yeah, I
Very.
would just read the articles myself.
Yes.
But you know, when that brings back, and of course, he wasn't a president, but people thought he would have been. Gary Hart, when the
yes.
photos of him with Donna Rice,
Monkey Business.
Monkey
Yes.
Business was the name of the boat.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and she's kind of sitting on his lap, and it's
Yeah.
clear there was something going on, and that killed his presidential aspirate. It was like, nope, you can't be president now
Nope.
because we see this photo of this.
You're flaunting it.
Yeah, she's
Yes.
sitting on your lap, and you're a married man, and that can't
Yeah,
happen.
Can't be having that.
Yeah, but you don't want to leave any stone unturned when it comes to a potential voter. So, you know, I guess it makes sense why Jimmy Carter opted for that interview with
Sure.
Playboy, even
Sure.
though there was a half-naked chick on the cover. You know,
There was.
Okay.
Really? They used to do that?
I think
I
so.
did not
so
know
I've
that.
heard. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I missed out.
And again, through that era, you think about the Jimmy Carter era. I remember Dan Aykroyd doing Jimmy Carter on Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
And then before that, it was Chevy Chase doing Gerald Ford
Yes.
and always falling down because Gerald Ford was known for falling down, and Roll Over Liberty. There was like this dog statue in the White House, and Chevy Chase, as Gerald Ford would say, "Roll over, Liberty," and the dog. It was just a statue of a dog, but it was very,
That
very
was back
funny.
when Saturday Night Live was funny.
It was
Yes.
original cast.
Yes.
So it was
Definitely.
very, very good. Well, keep them coming. We want to hear from you on the Talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app. Who is the greatest president of your lifetime and why? Meanwhile, an active weekend for the Spurs. They lose last night in Minneapolis.
Should have won that game last night.
112 to 110. But very interesting weekend in Brooklyn and in New York for the Spurs.
Yeah, Victor Wembanyama. It was the Wembanyama tour this last road trip, and he actually showed up in a park in New York City. Sent out I guess it was Instagram or X that he's going to be at this park. Who wants to come? He went to go play chess.
In the rain.
In the rain. And people showed up, man. There was a bunch of people there. And, you know, you could just see that he likes people. He likes to be around people. And the jersey exchange with the little kid was priceless.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
Charity,
great.
did you see that over the weekend?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's not the first time he's done
No.
that. He makes a habit of doing that, looking for his younger fans in the audience. And he always leaves them something special and worth a lot of money, I'm sure.
And just seeing him hold up that little kid's jersey,
Yes.
it was great because it looks like he could put that on his hand and wear it for a glove.
Yes. and I love that happened on the road. That
Yeah.
happened at the Brooklyn Nets game at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Very, very cool. Coming up at 7:10 in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll hear some of the moments of Jimmy Carter's presidency through audio. You don't want to miss that. Charity coming at you right now with everything you need to know because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Jimmy Carter dies at the age of 100 and severe weather slams Southeast Texas. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Monday forecast, sunny, a high in the mid to upper 80s. Tonight's low near 55. Right now, 47 degrees. Our nation's 39th president, Jimmy Carter, died at the age of 100. And Fox's Greg Jarrett takes a look back on Jimmy Carter's life and legacy.
A peanut farmer turned naval officer turned unlikely politician.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
Elected in 1976, Jimmy Carter brought the leaders of Egypt and Israel together for the Camp David peace accords.
We should all recognize the substantial achievements that have been made.
His presidency marked by high inflation and an energy crisis.
The energy shortage is permanent. There is no way we can solve it quickly.
When 53 Americans were held hostage in Iran for more than a year, a failed rescue mission that killed 8 led to an election loss to Ronald Reagan. It was in his post-presidential years that his reputation grew as he devoted himself to such causes as human rights and Habitat for Humanity. It has been said that while Jimmy Carter may not go down as one of our greatest presidents, he may have been one of the best ex-presidents in history.
And President Biden paid tribute to Jimmy Carter last night.
He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world. He built housing and homeless for the homeless with his own hands. And his compassion and moral clarity lifted people up and changed lives and saved lives all over the globe.
President-elect Donald Trump, in a statement, said we all owe Jimmy Carter a debt of gratitude. President Biden scheduled a state funeral for Jimmy Carter on January 9th and declared the day a national day of mourning. Southeast Texas was slammed by severe weather over the weekend. So far, 6 tornadoes have been confirmed from Saturday's outbreak, including 2 EF3s. One of the twisters resulted in a death and multiple injuries. A 48-year-old woman was found about 100 feet from her home in the Liverpool area south of Houston. There were at least 45 reports of tornado damage across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. A plane in South Korea crashed and burst into flames, reportedly killing 179 people. Fox's Stephanie Bennett has details.
Officials say it's going to take some time to get all this evidence together, maybe even up to a month. 2 crew members were the only survivors on that plane. The youngest victim of this terrible incident was just a 3-year-old little boy. The incident is the deadliest disaster in South Korea.
Vote on a new speaker. In what's considered a worst-case scenario, if the House does not have a speaker on January 6th, it would not be able to certify November's election.
And it comes after Congress passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown just days before the holidays. 3 people are hospitalized after a Sunday morning house fire on the southwest side. A fire investigator says 3 of the 4 people at the home were injured by the fire. A 7-year-old child was seriously burned, and the child's parents were also injured. The fire reportedly started from a fire pit behind the home. It is 7:06. The Spurs fell to the T-Wolves in Minnesota. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has the details in today's Spurs Insider, brought to you by SWBC. Today's Spurs Insider brought to you by SWBC. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, a big 7 o'clock hour that is upon us. Coming up at 7:20, we'll talk about the weather, not only today, where it will be very hot this
Beautiful.
afternoon, but this weather will change in the coming days as we move into the year 2025. We'll talk about that coming up. We'll continue to react to the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100. We're taking your talkbacks as well on the free iHeartRadio app, and we're asking you, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? And coming right up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll hear some of the major moments in Jimmy Carter's political life, some of his major speeches, some highlights from those coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs low 70s. New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, followed by clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 48 degrees. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. And as America reacts to the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100, we thought we'd put together a little montage of some of his major speeches. And kudos to Mr. T, Tim Merriman, for putting this together. Now, here's what you're about to hear, and this will go by pretty quickly, but what you'll hear is, in order, his inauguration speech for governor of Georgia in January of 1971, then his inauguration as president of the United States in 1977, a speech on energy in July of 1979, his Nobel Prize acceptance speech in 2002, and finally, we'll hear from his farewell speech as president in January of 1981. Here is former President Jimmy Carter.
Our social and political progress has been based on one fundamental principle: the value and importance of the individual.
Based on this knowledge of Georgians, North and South, rural and urban, liberal and conservative, I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over. These are not just my goals, and they will not be my accomplishments, but the affirmation of our nation's continuing moral strength. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns. But we've discovered that owning things and consuming things does not satisfy our longing for meaning. War may sometimes be a necessary evil, but no matter how necessary, it is always evil, never a good.
America did not invent human rights. In a very real sense, it's the other way around. Human rights invented America.
Former President Jimmy Carter, some of the major speeches in his life. And as you listen to him and as we reflect, Charity, upon his life, granted, a lot of us are conservative and a lot of us, politically, you look at Jimmy Carter's presidency, and while his presidency, you could argue, left a lot to be desired, and a lot of things went wrong during his presidency, most notably the Iran hostage crisis. The economy was very, very rough during his presidency as well. I think we can agree on a couple of things. I think we can agree, you look at the scope of his life from Plains, Georgia, no electricity, no indoor plumbing, to the United States Naval Academy, top 10% of his class, serving his country in the Navy, governor of Georgia, president of the United States, and remarkably, what he did after he was president of the United States. And I think we can agree, even though we may have political differences with him on some issues, Jimmy Carter was a very, very good man.
He really was. And he put that into action through all of his global humanitarian work. When you think of Habitat for Humanity, you think of Jimmy Carter and all the work that he did. And also, we have to mention he won that Nobel Peace Prize in 2002 for his efforts to end international conflicts. But definitely lived a life dedicated to helping others. And I think it should be a goal for all future and current presidents to follow in his footsteps and dedicating much of their life to the work of charity.
And Charity, you said it, Chris said it just a few minutes ago. He was a nice man. He never was not a good and nice man, at least as far as we saw in the public and what we learned about him in private. I mean, he was just a good man.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think we're being very, very objective in saying that. And going to be very interesting as Charity's reported his, the National Day of Remembrance and Mourning for him on the 9th of January coming up. Going to be a very fascinating state funeral when it occurs. Coming up, the weather. My goodness, it's going to feel like summertime today,
Yes.
but that won't last for too long, and things are going to change dramatically in the coming days. We'll talk about the weather coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather as well. WOAI News Time 7:16. coming up, we'll take a deeper dive into the weather changes we can expect. For the meantime, today's going to be a really, really nice afternoon if you want to get outside. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Tributes are pouring in following the death of America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter. It's still unclear what caused a deadly plane crash in South Korea, and the race for Texas House Speaker appears to be at an impasse. Well, the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid to upper 80s. New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs low 70s. And then on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 48 degrees. WOAI News Time, 721.
San Antonio's first news. Well, Mr. T gave you a 3-day forecast just now. You look at the 7-day forecast, you look at the 10-day forecast. Things are going to change. First things first, I will be at a pool today as the high temperature will be in the upper 80s around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock this afternoon. But Charity and Mr. T, I sent both of you, I saw over the weekend, our good friend, News 4 San Antonio Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan posted a graphic of a computer model for the 7th of January that had a huge Arctic blast coming into San Antonio. So as much as I will be celebrating the weather this afternoon by a pool, a week from now, I will be curled up in a ball, whimpering in the corner here, probably in the studio.
Yeah, Tuesday, the 7th of January, look for a high of 55.
Wow.
And the low is in the upper 30s. So there is that. And the next day, the 8th, the high, only 53. 53.
But it's not the high that I'm worried about. It's the
low.
lows in the 30s.
Yeah, because starting Monday, the lows will be in the 30s. It looks like for about a week. Yeah.
So what we need to do, and Charity, you advised this, I think, last week when we had a little cold snap. We have not yet had a freeze to where you have to wrap the pipes and, be worried about your, dripping the faucets inside the homes where your pipes could freeze. We might move into a situation like that. I mean, you look at, now, these are forecast temperatures, these lows, for multiple days out. You know how the weather goes. It is theoretically, it could be colder than that.
Absolutely. So just get it over with before there's a run on those outside faucet covers. I got mine about 2 months ago, just in preparation, but might as well just do it now so you're not running around at the last minute in the cold trying to cover those faucets. Or if you're like my husband and you can't find what you're looking for, you take one of the nice towels that you're not supposed to use and wrap the pipes. I guess effort counts, but
you got towels that you're not supposed to use?
For wrapping exterior pipes, yes.
Okay.
You're not supposed to use them for that.
I thought you meant you had towels that you're just not supposed to use.
Okay, now I got to ask you. Okay, I got to ask you, Charity. We do know, for people who listen to the show every morning, and you should, we do know that when you backed out of the garage a few weeks ago, and the garage door wasn't all the way up, and there was a huge crashing sound, and your husband came down, and you said, to his credit, he did not give you a hard time about that. And I just want to know how hard of a time you gave your husband, Brett with 1T, when he used a towel that he wasn't supposed to use to wrap the outdoor pipes. How understanding and measured were you in your response?
I didn't even address it because I figured he took care of what needed to be taken care of, and that is wrapping the exterior pipes at the house so it doesn't bust our pipes. So, you got to choose your
So you didn't
battles
bust his
wisely.
chops.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, because look, a new towel is a lot cheaper than busted pipes.
I
can
hear.
tell you that right
Yeah.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
See, I thought the way you described that,
Yeah,
I thought for sure you let him have it.
Oh, no.
you're not supposed to be using that towel ever. not for anything. It's
No,
just a
but
show towel.
I conveniently pointed out where the proper exterior covers are located so he doesn't make that mistake again. So, yes.
Did you draw him a map? Because us guys, we like maps.
Yes, it's same with the grocery list at the store. You take pictures of items you want and even give an aisle number to help out. So,
Yeah, but you know what's bad about that is that my wife used to do that for me too. And then sometimes they would change the packaging.
Yeah.
And then I'm lost. I'm like, okay, this does not look like anything like what the picture shows. I better not get it.
Or just
because-
call her
Yeah,
and
well,
get clarification.
Could
You can do that.
but
Yeah.
then she doesn't understand that they changed the packaging and she doesn't. And I'm trying to explain to her that now it's not red anymore. There's a blue thing. I don't want the blue one. I want the red one. But they changed the packaging. I'm pretty sure it's the same product. Yeah.
Google is a wonderful thing. You can Google image anything, and that helps kind of clear up the confusion. So
Until they change the packaging.
Yeah,
And then
there's
you get,
that.
Then you get confused even more.
God bless Google. All right, coming up, Charity has everything you need to know, all the big stories on this final Monday morning of 2024. We will talk more about the passing of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100 yesterday. And we're asking you, and we'll play your responses coming up in the next half hour, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? You know how to do it. The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Search 1200 WOAI. You'll see a little microphone button. You'll have 30 seconds to sound off, and we'll react to what you have to say coming up. WOAI News Time, 726.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Jimmy Carter has died and severe weather pummels the South. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Monday forecast, sunny, a high in the upper 80s. Tonight's low near 56. Right now, 46 degrees. Our nation's 39th president, Jimmy Carter, has died. After his presidency, he championed many humanitarian causes. One very special to President Carter and his wife, Rosalind, was Habitat for Humanity. Here's a clip of President Carter speaking in New Orleans back in 2007 at a Habitat for Humanity building project site.
Working for Habitat is not a sacrifice. I've never been to a Habitat project that I didn't feel that I received a great blessing, more than I invested by far. And I don't think I've ever handed a homeowner family the keys to their house and quite often a Bible that I didn't cry with them. Well, we're going to cry with happiness.
President Biden paid tribute to Jimmy Carter last night, saying his fondest memory with Carter was endorsing him during the 1976 presidential election.
When I endorsed him for president, I told him why I was endorsing him. And that it was not only his policies, but his character, his decency, the honor he communicates to everyone.
President-elect Donald Trump, in a statement, said we all owe Jimmy Carter a debt of gratitude. President Biden scheduled a state funeral for Carter on January 9th and declared the day a national day of mourning. Flags have been ordered at half-staff for 30 days. Jimmy Carter was 100 years old. It's still unclear what caused a deadly plane crash in South Korea Sunday, and it could take weeks to get data from the plane's black boxes. The flight from Bangkok was carrying 181 people when it skidded off the runway and crashed into a barrier, bursting into flames. 2 people were rescued, but 179 were killed. 1 person was killed, 4 others injured in a tornado-warned storm that happened in Brazoria County near Houston. John Mark Dempsey has details.
The Brazoria County Sheriff's Office said a tornado touched down between Liverpool and Hillcrest Village. 10 homes were damaged. Several tornadoes were reported across the Houston area Saturday. In Katy, Omar Godoy grabbed his nephew and ducked for cover.
I just saw the funnel just coming down, and then it started coming towards us. So I just told him, hey, just get in the closet, because that's the safest spot.
The Red Cross also reported likely tornadoes in Waller and Montgomery counties north of Houston.
Well, the suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is now out on bond. Officers responded around 10 p.m. to the Paper Tiger on North St. Mary Street, where they found a man outside with several stab wounds. Police arrested John Guerrero on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Guerrero bonded out of jail Friday evening. In 3 weeks, Republicans will control the White House and both chambers of Congress, and one House Democrat said that should not signal a lack of cooperation. Fox's Gernal Scott reports.
California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna said you can expect his party to push back if the GOP targets Social Security or if the Justice Department is weaponized. He added on Fox News Sunday, if there are good ideas
to bring manufacturing back, or to cut wasteful defense spending, or to make our food system safer and get the additives out of our food. Why wouldn't we want to work on things that are good for the American people?
Congressman Khanna said Democrats should examine their cooperation issue by issue and not let a partisan lens determine where they stand. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Washington state authorities say 2 men who were searching for Sasquatch have been found dead in the forest. 2 men from Portland went out hiking last week in the Pinchot National Forest to search for the legendary Sasquatch and did not return. After a 3-day search, including canines and drones, the bodies of the men were found in a heavily wooded area. The sheriff's office says they appear to have died of exposure. A record holiday shopping season's over, but it's led to a rush to return those unwanted gifts. Beth Myers has more.
The National Retail Federation estimates that returns this year will be about 17% of all sales, totaling $890 billion. That's up from last year. Diane Gottsman is head of the Protocol School of Texas, and she says returning a gift that came from a family member can be tricky.
You can say to your mom, the sweater is great, but I don't live in an area, as you know, that I'm going to wear this. Do you mind if I exchange it for something else?
She says unwanted gifts can be given to a friend, but make sure it's a different social circle. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Outbreaks of norovirus have been reported nationwide, and the CDC reported twice the amount of cases compared to past years. Norovirus is known widely as a stomach flu. The week of December 5th, the CDC reported just over 90 cases of norovirus, more than double the highest number reported over the last 3 years. It is 7:37, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting. Technically this morning, he is flying the Millennium Falcon. By the way, we are on YouTube. If you want to watch the show on YouTube, go to YouTube, search for 1200 WOAI, and you can find us. And by the way, on that free iHeartRadio app, you search for 1200 WOAI. You can listen anywhere. And if you want to answer our talkback question, there's a little microphone button there where you can do it as well. We're asking you this morning, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? We were inspired by that question in reacting to the passing yesterday of former President Jimmy Carter, who died at the age of 100. Here's a little moment from Jimmy Carter at his Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech in 2002.
The bond of our common humanity is stronger than the divisiveness of our fears and prejudices. God gives us a capacity for choice. We can choose to alleviate suffering. We can choose to work together for peace. We can make these changes, and we must.
You know, a fitting redemption there, I think, Charity. You know, we talk about Jimmy Carter's presidency, had a lot of problems. Certainly the Iran hostages, the hostages in Iran, certainly the economy, certainly gasoline prices, certainly the malaise that Jimmy Carter talked about in his own words. But looking at what Jimmy Carter did post-presidency, a lot of people have said, we've brought it up this morning, regarded by many as maybe the best former president ever. For him to win that Nobel Peace Prize in 2002, that was a fitting honor for him, and nice to see him get that well-deserved and that global recognition.
Yeah, I mean, he really dedicated his life to helping others post presidency, along with his wife Rosalind, especially Habitat for Humanity. So many people thought he was the one behind that, but no, that was just a cause that was near and dear to his heart, and he continued to build homes even after he was suffering from health issues of his own. Back in 2019, he took a nasty fall, ended up with a black eye, had to get stitches. The very next day, he shows up. He's hammering nails for Habitat for Humanity. And of course, you have to mention his love for teaching Sunday school as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned him hammering nails for Habitat for Humanity. He did that he could have just put his name behind it.
Yeah.
He could have just said, I support, Habitat for Humanity, but he would get out there and hammer nails and do, whatever it took to get a house built for somebody who might not have a house. Him and Rosalind would be out there, and they worked hard.
Yeah, walk the walk in
Amen.
addition to talking the talk. And I recall as well that he and Rosalind Carter would observe elections around the
Yes.
country, in African countries and elsewhere that were having elections. And there was a lot of question as to whether or not those were fair and democratic elections. And he was an election observer and a crusader for free and fair elections around the world.
And I have to mention, so I've heard the pronunciation two different ways. I always thought it was Rosalind, but then I heard other Fox News reporters say Rosalind.
Yeah.
How were you guys?
I believe it in the day it was Rosalind.
Yeah,
I believe.
yeah.
Okay.
And then it turned into Rosalind.
Yeah.
And now it's back to Rosalind again. I mean, it's just
Okay,
one
I
of
just
those
want to
things.
make sure,
Yeah.
no disrespect.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
but
Mrs. Carter.
well, yeah, and when I'm not thinking about it, I'm sure I say Rosalind as well.
Yeah.
You look at the spelling of it, and it looks like a Rosalind.
Yeah.
But I do believe that he and she pronounced it as Rosalind.
And they were married 77 years. I mean,
Yeah.
that's incredible right there.
Yeah,
That's just part of this story.
Yes.
A love story. I believe they were soulmates, and they
Yep.
were certainly life partners.
And I remember hearing an interview when somebody was asking them about their marriage, and one of the rockiest, hardest times they had in their marriage was when they decided to write a book together. that almost took too much out of them. But yeah, that was the hardest time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's how you know that's your partner, if you can write a book together and still stay
Oh
married.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And I just think it's going to be fascinating. The state funeral, and
Yes.
obviously all of the living presidents will be there, including President Donald Trump, who will still be president-elect on January 9th, of course. But President-elect Donald Trump, very gracious in
Yes.
his comment as well about Jimmy Carter. And I'm glad that Donald Trump is very gracious in this moment, because I think that is I like that American tradition that
Amen.
when presidents are out of office, and granted, President-elect Donald Trump about to go right back into office on January 20th with his inauguration, but there's a respect among these former presidents in the aftermath of their presidency, and certainly among all presidents. We talk about it. You look at what Jimmy Carter did after his presidency, and here's a man who has certainly earned the respect of the American people and former presidents.
And part of that respect is President Biden ordering all flags to be at half staff for 30 days. And presumably that will mean they will be flying low during Donald Trump's inauguration.
Yeah, that's what that does. That does mean that. But yeah, it's a great honor to bestow that on an ex-president or any other president that has died. It gets these honors. And I agree with you, Chris. Seeing that funeral that day, that state funeral, is going to be something.
Absolutely.
It'll be very moving.
No question. Coming up, we are going to hear from you, because we're talking so much about the presidency and the post-presidency of Jimmy Carter. Our talkback question to you is, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? We want to know why you think that way, and we'll react to your talkbacks coming up as well. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 745.
Hello, everybody.
Tim, Eric, welcome in, Eric, RK, Tommy Miller, good to see you. David Hiller, Dave the Wave.
Dave the Wave.
Dave the Wave. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. There are 20 of you right now.
Wow, hello.
If you're new to this, we appreciate your hanging. If we see your name in the chat, we say hello because we should.
Because we're that way.
Yeah.
We're just polite people.
We're polite that way.
Our mamas taught us well.
Uh-huh.
All right, so I just got 2 here.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Hang on, everybody. And we're back.
So 810 Elon Musk Space City.
Starbase. Right?
Starbase.
Yeah.
Gotta go find that.
Which is right around the corner from my mother-in-law. Maybe she'll get annexed.
I got to go see a...
maybe she'll get annexed.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been told we can watch it from her backyard.
So what's he calling it?
Starbase.
Starbase.
Yeah. Yeah. Starbase, a new municipality in coastal Texas. And anybody that's born there will be a starman or stargirl.
Nice.
He's a starman waiting in the sky.
Coming up at 8:10, how would you like to live in Starbase? A new city that could be formed in South Texas by a guy named Elon Musk. We'll talk a little bit about that, and coming right up, we'll hear your talkbacks on who was the greatest president of your lifetime. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
January 9th has been declared a national day of mourning following the death of former President Jimmy Carter. At least 4 people are dead after severe storms in the South over the weekend. And the woman who murdered Tejano superstar Selena is making a bid for freedom. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs in the low 70s. New Year's Day, Sunny in the morning, cloudy in the afternoon, highs to low 60s. We're at 47 degrees. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T. She's Charity. I'm Chris. Reacting to not only the passing of former President Jimmy Carter, as Charity mentions, the National Day of Mourning as authorized by President Joe Biden, going to happen on January 9th. But it is sparking a question for us this morning that we're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, and that is, who is the greatest president of your lifetime and why? And Charity, some people new to the show, maybe new to the iHeart app, how do they get in touch with us?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That is the microphone talkback button. Hit it, 30 seconds to provide your feedback.
And you'll sound something like this.
Well, good morning, my favorite morning crew. This is Officer John. My favorite president has to be Reagan. Reagan stood up there and told Gorbachev, bring the wall down. Then he said, or I'll be back. Have a good day, guys.
President was Ronald Reagan, followed closely by Donald Trump. And my wife used to babysit for Amy Carter when Jimmy was governor of Georgia.
Wow.
That's pretty
cool.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's an amazing piece of history. Couple of Ronald Reagans there, one from our friend Officer John, and he got a second one there from the second person there mentioning Donald Trump in second place to Ronald Reagan. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that a lot of people looking back on the life of Jimmy Carter, while he may not have been a popular president, I think post-presidency is where he gets most of his praise, what he dedicated his life to, and that was helping others.
Yeah, and he lived that. He lived helping others. He lived the life that he always talked about. He lived it to a T and was just, perceived as just a nice man.
And how cool for him, because that presidency was very flawed. Obviously, the Iran hostage situation, the horribly botched rescue attempt that killed 8 in trying to rescue those hostages, inflation, gasoline prices. Yeah, even Jimmy Carter himself used the term malaise to describe the economy when he was president. So then, as a post-president, as a former president, he turns it around and he does wonderful things around the world. As an election observer, he fought hunger. And of course, we've talked a lot about Habitat for Humanity. And then he wins the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002. And I just think it's an example, Charity, not only for future presidents. When your presidency is over, you can still have a lifetime of service. But I think for the rest of us, in whatever you do in life, there can be your vocation. And obviously his main vocation was politics as governor of Georgia before he was president of the United States. But you can have not only a second act, but a third act and late into your life. I mean, we talked about how elderly he was, still hammering those nails with Habitat for Humanity, and his wife Rosalind helping him as well. As long as you can breathe and function and move around on this planet, you can do a lot of good. And Jimmy Carter did a lot of good in this world.
And it's so nice to see former presidents on opposite sides of the political aisle coming together to give praise to former President Jimmy Carter and all of his accomplishments. Even President-elect Trump said that we owe a debt of gratitude to Jimmy Carter. And, they haven't been friends in the past. I think they trade some jabs in the past at one another. But it's nice to see that everyone's coming together and putting the focus where it should be. And that is the incredible work he's done on a global scale.
Yeah, on a global scale since he, left the presidency. But even before he was president, as governor of Georgia, he was very instrumental in trying to fight racism and discrimination in the state of Georgia. And let's not forget, as president, he's the guy responsible for having the championship teams come to the White House. So there is that for him. So he did start that.
And that is, I love that you brought that up earlier this morning as well, Mr. T. That is something I did not know until this morning. We have come to accept and assume that
it was always that way.
Yeah, you win a Super Bowl, you win a national championship, you're going to go to the White House and be welcomed by the president. It was Jimmy Carter who started that tradition, which is an outstanding tradition in the sports world.
And hopefully we'll see the San Antonio Spurs in the near future making a trip to the White House.
Amen to that. From your lips to God's
Yes.
ears, man, let's get this done, because I would
Yeah.
like to see Victor Wembanyama at the White House, because, somebody's got to polish the top of that flagpole, and he can just stand there.
Speaking of that, Charity, tomorrow on this program, among other things, we will each make one bold prediction for 2025. And you said when this NBA season began, not just going to the playoffs and winning a series or two in the NBA playoffs, you're quite bullish on the San Antonio Spurs maybe winning a title. That could be your prediction tomorrow.
Quite possibly. And I don't think that's so much of a bold prediction. I think a lot of people think that's in the cards. If not next year, soon after. I mean, Wemby's only getting better.
He's only getting better, and they can build a few more pieces around him, and let's just say that's all they need.
Yes. Coming up, Elon Musk building a new city in South Texas, revolving around his efforts in space and with SpaceX. We'll talk about that. Charity's got all the big stories you need to know about on this final Monday of 2024. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100, and severe weather slams Southeast Texas. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Monday forecast, sunny, a high in the mid to upper 80s. Tonight's low, 55. Get a move on. It is 46 degrees. Our nation's 39th president, Jimmy Carter, has died at the age of 100. Fox's Greg Jarrett looks back on Jimmy Carter's life and legacy.
A peanut farmer turned naval officer turned unlikely politician.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
Elected in 1976, Jimmy Carter brought the leaders of Egypt and Israel together for the Camp David peace accords.
We should all recognize the substantial achievements that have been made.
His presidency marked by high inflation and an energy crisis.
The energy shortage is permanent. There is no way we can solve it quickly.
When 53 Americans were held hostage in Iran for more than a year, a failed rescue mission that killed 8 led to an election loss to Ronald Reagan. It was in his post-presidential years that his reputation grew as he devoted himself to such causes as human rights and Habitat for Humanity. It has been said that while Jimmy Carter may not go down as one of our greatest presidents, he may have been one of the best ex-presidents in history.
And President Biden scheduled a state funeral for Jimmy Carter on January 9th and declared the day a national day of mourning. Biden paid tribute to Carter last night.
He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world. He built housing and homeless for the homeless with his own hands. And his compassion and moral clarity lifted people up and changed lives and saved lives all over the globe.
President-elect Donald Trump in a statement said we all owe Jimmy Carter a debt of gratitude. Texas leaders are also noting Carter's death. Governor Abbott sent his condolences to the Carter family, former President George W. Bush, Senator John Cornyn, and Senator Ted Cruz also issued statements of condolence, noting Carter's service in the Navy and the Georgia governor's mansion and his humanitarian efforts. Carter was the last Democrat to carry Texas in a presidential race. A tragic plane crash in South Korea left 179 people dead. Fox's Stephanie Bennett has the latest details.
Those 2 survivors were 2 crew members, and the youngest victim aboard this horrific plane crash was a 3-year-old little boy. Now, the incident is the deadliest disaster in South Korea's aviation history. The Boeing 737-800 jet from Bangkok was carrying 175 passengers and 6 crew members. And according to South Korea's transport ministry, the control tower at Muan International Airport had warned the plane about a possible bird strike, and then a few minutes later, the pilot issued a mayday call. Upon landing, the plane slid on its belly into a concrete wall and immediately burst into flames.
The South Korean government has declared a week of mourning following the crash. Southeast Texas was slammed by severe weather over the weekend. So far, 6 tornadoes have been confirmed from Saturday's outbreak, including 2 EF3 twisters. One of the tornadoes resulted in a death and multiple injuries. A 48-year-old woman was found about 100 feet from her home in the Liverpool area south of Houston. There were at least 45 reports of tornado damage across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Congress will reconvene on Friday, and the House is expected to select its new speaker, but they may cause a severe hiccup if they can't come to an agreement. Fox's Matt Finn has more.
Friday, January 3rd, when the Republican-controlled Congress reconvenes, it has the constitutional obligation to select its next Speaker of the House. The current Speaker, Republican Mike Johnson, needs a majority 218 yes votes. However, Indiana Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz says she's not sure who she'll vote for. Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie says he will not vote for Johnson, and there's speculation PA Representative Scott Perry could challenge Johnson. Back in 2023, the House took several days to vote on a new speaker. In what's considered a worst-case scenario, if the House does not have a speaker on January 6th, it would not be able to certify November's election.
And this comes after Congress passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown just days before the holidays. Republicans have their wish list for President-elect Trump's government efficiency task force. Texas Congressman Chip Roy has his eye on entitlement programs that help feed the hungry, which he feels are bloated.
Just put in restraint on the use of food stamps.
He and other Republicans have been floating the idea of removing soft drinks like Coke, Pepsi, and Mountain Dew from food stamp eligibility. It's also a key part of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Make America Healthy initiative. The American Beverage Association slammed the suggestions, saying in a statement that the restrictions go against America's commitment to individual freedom and liberties. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, doing everything technical to keep this show going this morning, including YouTube, where you can see the broadcast on YouTube as well. As Charity has reported, Yolanda Saldivar, she'd like to be a free woman when she's eligible for parole coming up in just a few months here as we move into 2025. We'll talk about that coming up at 8:20. And in a moment, are you ready for Starbase, a new town in South Texas that Elon Musk envisions? We'll talk about that. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid to upper 80s. New Year's Eve, sunshine, highs in the low 70s. And then on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 46 degrees. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. How would you like to live in Starbase, Texas? Elon Musk and SpaceX have apparently submitted a petition to establish a new municipality in South Texas named Starbase. And the mayor of Starbase, the first mayor of that town, could be a SpaceX security manager. We talk a lot about space exploration here in the morning. The three of us are big fans of space exploration. And Charity, I love that Elon Musk and SpaceX has such a big presence in Texas. I would hope that state officials and local officials will do anything and anything reasonable to make sure that Elon Musk and SpaceX are well taken care of. I think it's great for the state of Texas that we do have SpaceX here and a big part of the future of space exploration. You've already got the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So much has always happened out of Houston, but I love now SpaceX and all it's doing in South Texas as well.
Yeah, and it would be a cost benefit to SpaceX as well because it currently performs several civil functions around the starbase due to its remote location. That includes management of the roads, the utilities, even schooling and medical care for the residents in that area. So incorporation would move the management of some of those functions to a more public body. But I'm going beyond that. I'm thinking instead of like a Buc-ee's, it could be a Muskie's, and all the potential
Yes.
retail opportunities
like it.
that would present. Yeah.
Well, so are the residents there Starbasins or are they Starmen and Starwomen?
That's a great question.
And can we visit that town? Because like you can go to any other town in Texas, but if it turns into Starbase, will we be able to, if you're not a member of the SpaceX, corporation, will I be able to visit that town?
I picture like a military installation where there would be like a security guard
See,
and you have
that's
to
not
show
right.
ID upon entry.
That's not right. I should be able to visit Starbase like I can visit any other city in Texas.
Well, I would hope there'd be obviously the sensitive parts of Starbase,
Which would be like a base.
would need to be, secured. But I would think, and Charity mentions facetiously, but I love the idea Muskies instead of Buc-ee's, which is all Elon Musk. If they're smart, they would have
like a town
tourist
square
area.
Yeah, like a town square where the business is set up where you can walk in there and go to restaurants, bars, whatever.
Yes,
I like it.
And on my bucket list, and I am such a space freak, and I have been since I was a kid watching the Gemini project before the Apollo project, and with vivid memories of the lunar landing in July of 1969. I've never seen a liftoff from Cape Kennedy or Cape Canaveral, nor have I seen a liftoff.
Well, this would be the perfect place to go.
SpaceX.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's on my bucket list. And you've got family down there.
My mother-in-law lives not too far from SpaceX, but I have a cousin that has a condo out on South Padre where if we decided maybe we could talk to management here to letting us go down there, we could stay in the condo and get there in about 10 minutes to where Starbase is and actually watch one and broadcast it.
I'm telling you, it would be a huge tourist attraction. I mean, I think of Chip and Joanna Gaines in Waco, what they've done with the Magnolia Market. That's a major tourist attraction. I mean, can you imagine Elon Musk having his own city and the revenue that would generate just from tourist dollars alone?
So they say the town's first mayor is anticipated to be a SpaceX security manager. What, is Elon busy? Shouldn't it be guaranteed that he's the mayor no matter what?
That Elon should be the perpetual mayor of Starbase. And think about this as well. If indeed Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 launch from Starbase, I mean, Artemis 3 would be and is scheduled to be the lunar landing. Artemis 2 is going to be the moon orbital mission. If that's happening in Texas,
Let's
just
go.
a hop in the car away.
Let's go.
I mean, I want to be there to watch those historic launches when they take place.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Car trip. Let's do it.
Let's put it down on the demands list. I mean, things we want to do list.
and I want to stop at Muskie's on the way and get some of those Muskie nuggets.
Muskie nuggets.
Some of those Elon
That
nuggets.
just doesn't have a good sound to it, man. I'm sorry.
I don't know
Muskie nuggets.
I don't know what's in those Elon nuggets, but
that's even
the
worse.
kids love them. And you have the little logo with Elon's face and a big grin and maybe some buck teeth.
It's gonna be shaped like an X.
Yeah. Ooh, see, you're all. I'm telling you, we need to form a marketing and advertising company. It'd be huge, huge. I tell you,
Tremendous.
Are you ready for Yolanda Saldivar to walk the streets as a free woman? She would like to do that, and she would like to do that in very short order. We'll talk about that coming up. Get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 8:15. Should Yolanda Saldivar, the killer of Tejano superstar Selena, be a free woman when she is eligible for parole in March? We shall discuss. Charity, what stories are you following?
January 9th is being declared a National Day of Mourning in honor of former President Jimmy Carter. Recovery and cleanup is underway after at least 4 people were killed from severe storms in the South, and the suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is already out on bond. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Lots of sunshine today and warm. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. New Year's Eve, sunny skies, highs in the low 70s. New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning with clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 46 degrees. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's first news. If you're a listener, longtime listener to the show, you hear that music and you know that Mike Opelka often joins us at this time. He is on assignment this week. He'll join us next week. We love Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And as we move into the year 2025, a very dark anniversary will take place. That would be on March 31st, 2025. It'll be the 30th anniversary, if you can use that term, of the murder of 23-year-old Selena Quintanilla, the Queen of Tejano, on March 31st, 1995, by her fan club manager and a partner in a clothing store in San Antonio, Yolanda Saldivar. Yolanda Saldivar is up for parole in March of 2025, in about 3 months, a little over 3 months. And Charity, she feels she has paid her debt to society. She feels she should be set free. And she continues to maintain she didn't mean to kill Selena. She was going to commit suicide there. And I guess the gun just managed to shoot and kill Selena.
From what I've heard, she's not safe in prison and she won't be safe out of prison. We're hearing that there's a bounty on her head from fellow inmates. She's constantly a target of hostility. So she doesn't have any friends in prison and she definitely won't have any friends out of prison. But I don't see her being granted parole.
I don't see it either. And you mentioned the threats in prison and threats out of prison. That would be like letting Mark David Chapman out on parole. And there's a lot of John Lennon fans that would love to see that because he wouldn't make it a day, I don't think. And I don't think she makes it a day if they let her out.
Yeah, when you kill a cultural icon, and what a great comparison you make to Mark David Chapman killing John Lennon. That's what Yolanda Saldivar did here. Yeah, she took the life of Selena, who was a cultural icon, a Tejano icon, and there's I just don't know how you can do that. And I know Charity T mentions Mark David Chapman. He's been up for parole a number of times, and I know Yoko Ono goes to every one of those parole hearings and says, you cannot let this man go free. He is a threat to society. And as you cite, Charity, society would be a threat to Yolanda Saldivar, I do believe.
Yes. I just think of Selena's family alone. They continue to be very vocal as they try to continue honoring her legacy. And I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. They will do everything possible to prevent her from being released. But I don't think that's something that would even be considered. I would be absolutely shocked if they granted her parole.
Well, they did sentence her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. It's not guaranteed she'll get that, but I agree with you, Charity. I don't think they should let her out because she won't last long. Has anybody seen the documentary, Selena and Yolanda, The Secrets Between Them?
It's on Peacock.
It's
It
on
came out
Peacock
this
right now.
past
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, it came out in February of this past year. Yes. I haven't seen it yet either, but I don't know if I want to see it. I know the story.
Well, part of the story I was reading here this morning, in that documentary, apparently, Charity, Yolanda Saldivar calls herself a political prisoner. What? Where the hell do you get political prisoner out of this? You murdered Selena. You're a criminal. You're a murderer. You're not a political prisoner. And oh, by the way, your nice little excuse that you didn't mean to do it. You meant to go there and commit suicide. Sorry, that doesn't fly.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I just, again, I almost don't even want to pay any attention to her and her, her case of, oh, poor me, I'm the victim, which is far from it. We all know what happened. We'll never forget. And I always think of who Selena would be today. I mean, she was on the verge of superstardom, crossing over from just Latino music to pop mainstream. And, Yolanda robbed us of that.
Yeah, she did. And not just robbed us of that, but apparently the big fallout between her and Selena was the fact that she was stealing money from the fan club, which she's denying to this day that she didn't. Well, then where'd it go?
It's an awful, awful story. And I've told you too, it's just so weird. I found out when I read Yolanda Saldivar's background, she bounced around a number of high schools in San Antonio when she went to high school. One of them was Holmes High School. And I look, she's roughly my age, Yolanda Saldivar. So I never knew her at Holmes High School, but apparently for a semester or two, we were both walking the same halls at Holmes High School. I mean, had I met her and known what she was going to do, I might have
stopped her.
Well, were you missing any lunch money? Is there?
I'll have to check my locker.
Hey, if she gets paroled, she might be out in time for the next high school
She could go to
reunion.
the Holmes High School 50th reunion, maybe.
There you go.
Not going to happen.
My God. So hopefully the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, those in charge of parole, do the right thing and do not let her out. That would be just a travesty and a huge insult to the memory of Selena, to her family, to her fans, to everyone involved. Lots more coming up. Charity has all the big stories that you need to know about on this final Monday of 2024. We're continuing to take your talkbacks in the aftermath of the death of former President Jimmy Carter at the age of 100 yesterday. We're asking you on the Talkback feature, who was the greatest president of your lifetime and why? More of your talkbacks coming up as well. WOAI News Time, 826.
8:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100, and severe weather pummels the South. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Monday forecast: sunshine, a high in the upper 80s. Tonight's low near 55. Right now, 48 degrees. A nation is in mourning after the 39th president of the United States, Jimmy Carter, died yesterday. Here's more from Fox's Marianne Rafferty.
Tributes are pouring in following the death of former President Jimmy Carter. The 39th president died at his home in Plains, Georgia, where he had been receiving hospice care for nearly 2 years. During his one term in office, Carter faced many challenges, including the Iran hostage crisis and a bad economy. But he also brokered peace between Egypt and Israel. After leaving the White House, Carter dedicated his life to humanitarian causes, earning the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002. Carter, the longest living U.S. president, was 100 years old.
And President Biden scheduled a state funeral for Carter on January 9th. It's still unclear what caused a deadly plane crash in South Korea Sunday, and it could take weeks to get data from the plane's black boxes. The flight from Bangkok was carrying 181 people when it skidded off the runway and crashed into a barrier, bursting into flames. 2 people were rescued, but 179 were killed. 1 person was killed, 4 others injured in a tornado-warned storm that happened in Brazoria County. John Mark Dempsey has details.
The Brazoria County Sheriff's Office said a tornado touched down between Liverpool and Hillcrest Village. 10 homes were damaged. Several tornadoes were reported across the Houston area Saturday. In Katy, Omar Godoy grabbed his nephew and ducked for cover.
I just saw the funnel just coming down, and then it started coming towards us. So I just told him, "Hey, just get in the closet, because that's the safest spot."
The Red Cross also reported likely tornadoes in Waller and Montgomery counties north of Houston.
And there were at least 45 reports of tornado damage across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. The suspect in a Friday night stabbing at a San Antonio club is out on bond. Officers responded around 10 p.m. to the Paper Tiger on North St. Mary Street, where they found a man outside with several stab wounds. Police arrested John Guerrero on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Guerrero bonded out of jail Friday evening. Texas has a law banning diversity programs in public universities, and when lawmakers get back to work next month, there will be a debate over expanding it to the college classroom.
We're going to be looking, coming up in the next session, at DEI-infused curriculums.
Sherry Sylvester with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says it's the college faculty that control the curriculum, but it's the people of Texas who provide the money. Their goal with legislation is to make sure that students are not forced to take DEI class in order to get their degree. The race for Speaker of the Texas House appears to be at an impasse as the next legislative session approaches. Representatives David Cook of Mansfield and Dustin Burrows of Lubbock are seeking the leadership of the 150-member chamber. Cook says the support of 57 of the 88 members of the House Republican caucus, but is still short of the 76 votes he needs to reach a majority. Burrows is looking for Democratic support to put him over the top. Well, in 3 weeks, Republicans will control the White House and both chambers of Congress, and one House Democrat said that should not signal a lack of cooperation. Here's more from Fox's Gernald Scott.
California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna said you can expect his party to push back if the GOP targets Social Security or if the Justice Department is weaponized. He added on Fox News Sunday, if there are good ideas
to bring manufacturing back, or to cut wasteful defense spending, or to make our food system safer and get the additives out of our food. Why wouldn't we want to work on things that are good for the American people?
Congressman Khanna said Democrats should examine their cooperation issue by issue and not let a partisan lens determine where they stand. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Yolanda Saldívar, the woman serving a life sentence for the 1995 murder of Tejano icon Selena, is making an attempt for freedom. The 64-year-old, who has spent nearly 3 decades behind bars, has filed for parole, and a hearing is scheduled for March of next year to determine whether she will be released. And a new study has found the safest and most dangerous times to be on Texas roads. Georgia Alfredis has more.
Driving in Texas, especially this time of the year, can be pretty dangerous. But when is the worst time to drive and when is the safest? Well, according to a new study from Injury Lawyers, using data from the National Highway Traffic Administration between 2017 and 2022, the safest time to be on the roads was 9 to 9:59 a.m. 2.3% of fatal accidents happened during this time. Meanwhile, the most dangerous time was 9 to 9:59 p.m., when over 6% of fatal collisions occurred. Visibility, impaired drivers, driver fatigue, and people rushing to get home are just some of the factors that make driving between 9 and 10 p.m. unsafe.
It is 8:37, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. We have been talking about the passing of former President Jimmy Carter yesterday at the age of 100, and it inspires a question that we answered earlier in the program, and we're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, and that is, who was the greatest president of your lifetime? And Mr. T, we got a couple more responses.
We do. Here's one.
Good morning. I like Ronald Reagan. I like his quote about government spending. Government spending is like a baby with an elementary canal. Big appetite at one end and no sense of responsibility at the other. You'll have a great day.
Okay. All right, one more.
Good morning, San Antonio's first news, WOAI. This is Jeff calling from Encino Park, calling about the presidential rating thing. I would have to say in my lifetime, and I'm about your same age, Chris and Tim, was Reagan for the things he did to turn the country around in the world. And I want to give kudos to Kennedy because he put the space program where it is. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, Jeff in Encino Park. Don't forget John F. Kennedy and his commitment to get us to land on the moon before the end of the decade in the 1960s. I certainly appreciate that in his presidency. But Charity, at the beginning of the program, both you and I cited Ronald Reagan as, in our opinion, the best president of our lifetimes. Mr. T, you cited George W. Bush, yes, and his service in the aftermath of 9/11, certainly. Right there, Jeff in Encino Park and the one before him going, we got a lot of Ronald Reagans this morning, Charity.
Yeah, and we got some Trumps as well.
Yes, yeah.
So, and I think a lot of people are referring to his first term and what's to come over the next 4 years.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's what's to come over the next 4 years. I think has a lot of people thinking he could be the best president of their lifetime.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
most surprising to me earlier in the program, we got a Richard Nixon.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people, and probably unfairly, a lot of people look at Richard Nixon and they think about Watergate.
Yeah.
You look at what Richard Nixon did to bring relations with China. He made a journey to China. I remember him standing on the Great Wall of China. I remember when I was a kid at Glen Oaks Elementary School, when Richard Nixon went to China, that was live via satellite.
Oh, yeah.
That was such a big
via
deal.
satellite, yeah.
So they would roll in the big televisions on the big rollers. I guess I was in 5th or 6th grade at Glen Oaks Elementary School watching Richard Nixon in China, and it was a big, big deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, obviously credit was given from that particular listener for Nixon ending the Vietnam War.
Exactly.
Which was just huge.
Not only did he go to China, he went to Poland and
Yes.
Romania, and actually is instrumental in the blood, sweat, and tears thing.
Well, yeah, by the
See?
way, and
Yeah.
you, little streaming recommendation.
Yes.
I saw and recommended to Mr. T, and now I got a witness on Amazon Prime, on Prime Video. It's called What the Hell Happened to Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That is the actual title.
That's the title of it.
the
It's
documentary.
fantastic, by the way. Fantastic.
Yeah, because the State Department kind of forces Blood, Sweat, and
Well, they
Tears to go.
blackmailed him.
Yes.
Yeah. And it had to do with Nixon going over to Poland and Romania and visiting there, and they wanted to have some sort of relations there. So there's, something else that Nixon did.
Yeah. Very, very cool. And I think we do all agree, though, you can cite your greatest president of your lifetime. I think the three of us are in accord. The best former president of our lifetime. We all say Jimmy Carter as far as a former president.
Yes.
Yeah, hands down.
Yeah.
He did more around the world, not just the United States, and around the world to help out in so many different ways, from, supervising elections to Habitat for Humanity was worldwide. A lot of people forget that. It's worldwide.
Yeah, and I think you said earlier, it's so true. He could have just said, my cause is
Yes.
Habitat for Humanity. And
Exactly.
he could have been a spokesperson for it. And that's a big deal, too, when you've got that kind of a platform and you lend your support and personality to a big cause. Yeah, I get that. But to see him do what he did late into his life, into his 90s, to still be climbing on ladders and hammering nails to help build homes for people who otherwise might not have homes. A remarkable life and a remarkable post-presidency for Jimmy Carter.
It really is. And that's why there's so much focus on how he selfless he was post-presidency. The fact that he dedicated his life along with Rosalind to helping others. Those global humanitarian efforts, which were truly amazing.
Yeah, like you guys, I was watching a lot of coverage after the news came out that former president had died, and there was a guy that was working on him, doing a story on him, that was traveling with him and actually went out to Habitat for Humanity. He might be one of the few people that can say he was taught how to hammer a nail by a former president, because Jimmy Carter showed him how to hammer a nail without hitting himself and out hurting himself. And I just thought that was fascinating that he was teaching people even into his elder years.
Yeah, going to be fascinating, the tributes to former President Jimmy Carter that we will hear now and until, as Charity mentions, the state funeral that has been ordered by President Joe Biden on January 9th. That will be a major event, and certainly a very, very fascinating event as well. Tell you what, we'll get you caught up on everything you need to know coming right up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. And we have a new we have some beer news.
Yes, some beer news coming up. Yes,
some news. It's
it's news you can use.
News you can
actually.
use. And on a day like this, I will be at the pool, and I might just partake of a beer or four by the pool or later today when it's 88 degrees ish. WOA High News Time, 8:45. Mr. T has some beer news for us coming up, but with the somewhat more important news, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Tributes are pouring in following the death of America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter. It's still unclear what caused a deadly plane crash in South Korea, and the race for Texas House Speaker appears to be at an impasse. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid to upper 80s. New Year's Eve, sunny skies, highs in the low 70s. And then on New Year's Day, sunshine in the morning, followed by clouds in the afternoon, highs in the low 60s. We're at 46 degrees. WOAI News Time, 8:51.
San Antonio's first news are thanks to EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon this morning, manning the YouTube broadcast. You can watch the show on YouTube. Search for 1200 WOAI. Tomorrow, our New Year's Eve spectacular.
Ooh.
Well, there'll be the ball will drop. There'll
Fireworks.
be fireworks, confetti,
Champagne, all that.
We'll play Auld Lang Syne.
Actually, we're going to have champagne again because that was really good last time.
And it'll be great. And we'll make our bold predictions for 2025.
Wow, bold predictions.
Bold, not just run-of-the-mill predictions.
Bold
predictions for 2025 and everything breaking in the world. And we may have some beer news tomorrow. We never know. But Mr. T, you've got some beer news today.
Yes, Michelob Ultra has officially knocked Bud Light off its decades-long throne as the go-to draft beer in the United States. It says here that beer drinkers are leaning into the low-carb, health-conscious vibes that Michelob Ultra has been serving up. I say not so much. I say it's because Chris Duell has said on this program that that's what he drinks, and then all of a sudden it is now the #1 draft beer in the whole United States of America, Chris.
Well, and much to the scorn of Charity McCurdy, who drinks craft beer, shishi, elitist beer. Michelob Ultra is kind of a little Weasley beer, I admit it. But I wonder, you mentioned it ousted Bud Light as the #1 draft beer in America. Bud Light had that whole big
They were like decades,
controversy.
yes.
No, but it
That hurt them a lot.
I'm surprised that story does not reference the controversy, and a lot of people, when Kid Rock brings out his AK-47 and starts shooting Bud Light cans on his ranch, that can't be good for your brand.
Yeah.
That had to maybe factor into
I'm sure it
but,
did.
Michelob Ultra tastes pretty good. I think stacked up against Bud Light, I would argue it tastes better than Bud Light.
Except for there's something missing. The carbs. I'm just sorry.
Well,
You can taste the fact that there's no carbs in it.
Well, but we're trying to avoid carbs, aren't
Well,
we?
Carbs are good. That's what makes beer. It makes a good beer is carbs.
But,
Yeah.
you drink.
No, it's not bad.
You drink
I
5
don't mind
Michelob
it.
Ultras, you drink 5 Budweisers, and you get a whole lot more carbs in the Budweisers.
True.
I mean, if there's nothing else to drink, there's always Michelob Ultra.
Well, that's what I always say. My favorite is cold. So.
Well, and I never met a beer I didn't like.
No, that's true.
If we're going to be honest.
That's true.
Even though you cited Billy Beer earlier in the program.
Yes, I not necessarily one of my favorites, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah, kids. Jimmy Carter had a brother named Billy.
Yes.
And Billy had a beer, and it was called Billy Beer.
And if you have any, it's probably worth some money.
And you're right. Tim brought this up, Charity. People would buy a 6-pack of Billy Beer just to keep it as a collector's item and not open it. And I wonder how much an unopened 6-pack of Billy Beer goes for today. I'll bet you it's worth, and probably now after the passing of Jimmy Carter, and Billy Carter died many, many years ago. I do believe
from drinking Billy Beer.
Yeah, right. So,
All right. Well, I didn't realize there were so many former presidents that have beer affiliations. Didn't know Barack Obama have a beer?
I don't know.
I
Did
could have
he?
sworn he did.
I don't think it lasted long though.
Okay.
Yeah, Billy
Okay.
Beer didn't last that long either.
No, but for a
But,
moment
yeah,
there.
for a moment it was.
I
but
mean,
it was
and here
big
we are-
news back then, though.
Say again?
It was big news when
Yes.
he brought it on the market back then because it had never been done before.
True. That
So that
was
was-
a big deal.
That was big, yeah.
Yeah, and here we are talking about it
Yeah.
40, 50 years later. So, Billy Beer, everybody. So, Charity, be gathering your bold predictions for 2025 for tomorrow's show.
I am, and I will try not to jinx anything in the process of making these bold predictions.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Okay.
It'll be. See, and that way we can come back at the end of 2025.
Go,
and we
look
can
what
see-
Charity did.
Yeah. Can't believe she got that one right. Unbelievable. So, very, very cool. So we shall reconvene tomorrow. We will keep an eye on all the news between now and then. Keep it right here. You've got the Glenn Beck program coming up in just a few. Before that, Charity with all the big stories at the top of the hour. But right now, newly engaged to Ainsley Earhart, here is Sean Hannity with your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56.
Everybody have a great day. We'll see you mañana.
Adios.